First attack.
Headpats incoming.
Stand Group Protocol. I'm Keitan, hobbyist game developer / VTuber, and I did not get great sleep last night, and also I swear I added ice to the coffee, but for some reason it is still way too hot to be drinking fast enough, which is weird. I add like the same amount of ice I normally do. And yet it is giving me difficulty trying to drink it. Good coffee though. Good coffee though. It's the same Renegade Guatemala stuff that I was running last month, but again, as I kind of discussed in a previous stream, at the end of the previous Renegade Guatemala bag, I had ordered, or close to the end of it, around the same time that I normally order my next bag from Happy Mug, I wanted to get something from a different roaster that Amy had suggested, Unique Coffee Roasters. And when I did so, I did not expect it to take, like, the maximum number of days for them to actually get it shipped. I did see a shipment notification for it finally. It did, in fact, finally ship, today, actually. It shipped today, which I ordered that July 23rd. Look at my calendar. Come on. July 23rd. Oh, okay, you know what? That is actually 5 business days. That is directly in the middle of what they were estimating. So, you know what? Not that bad. Not terrible. But also, they said up to 10 business days for them to start shipping it. Which gives a lot of variation on that. That's kind of annoying. Also, for some reason... That's not what I want. For some reason, Gmail thinks that my... Gmail thinks that this coffee that I'm drinking right now is arriving sometime today, even though I picked it up out of the mail on Monday. I don't know why it thinks that that's coming in today, because it's definitely not. We got it. So, that's funny. But, what else? Got quite a bit done yesterday. By the way, I've been talking about moving to a schedule of like Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. I wanted to try and get that next week, and then I just looked at my schedule and realized that I have an appointment on Tuesday that's probably gonna get in the way of me doing a stream slot on Tuesday, unfortunately. So, not quite starting that schedule next week. Unless I do, but I think at the same time, it's like, it is an appointment, but it is not a intense enough appointment or late enough appointment for me to be like, well, I guess I can't do anything else today. It is more like going to be, I go and, you know, get it done, maybe have a little bit of a good time, and then once I'm done, I'm going to come home, and then I'm going to finish off my coffee, and then probably just work. Same as I normally do on Tuesdays. And then we'll stream Wednesday. Gamedev stream, as we are doing today. So yeah, so next week's going to end up being basically the same thing, instead of what I was talking about it possibly being, which was the Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday schedule. Which, if I do that... Now, granted, I think, like, obviously, when I do my appointment next week, I'm probably going to mention to them, like, hey, when we do a follow-up, I want to make sure it's on, like, a Monday or Wednesday or a Friday. Instead of the other values. Actually, I might not do a Friday. I think I have, like, dedicated Friday to being my, like, no contact day. It is, like, I'm going to work for a few hours, and then nobody fucking talk to me. I will recharge my social battery. Is going to be what, like, my Friday is going to be once I switch all of my schedule over. But This Friday is different. This Friday is going to be some sort of gaming. I'm thinking it might end up being Satisfactory. It could also be some Deep Rock Galactic. Once I switch things over to the Tuesday-Thursday thing, Tuesdays I actually want to try getting into Deus Ex. I've been wanting to play that on stream. I've been really wanting to play that on stream and talk about it with people. And also, I wanted to do it on Tuesday so that I'd be able to catch Amy off work. So that's also kind of part of it. And what else? What else? I think that's it as far as non-related things go. As far as related things go. Like I said, yesterday got actually quite a bit of stuff done. It's like, yesterday I got back on my coffee, and oh boy, my brain started lighting up, and I was doing all sorts of stuff. I have mostly finished the refactor of the UI code. It's still not perfect, but perfect is the enemy of good, and for now it is going to work really well for setting up all the things I need to do with overlays in a standardized fashion, in a way that I could be like, this is how overlays should behave all the time. And then it's still kind of prescriptive. It's not the greatest for the modularity and modding scene, but for now it'll function well enough. And technically speaking, it's not entirely unfriendly to modding. It's just, it's going to require some modification of certain pieces of code internal to the system that really shouldn't be how mods work, if that makes sense. That's the main gripe that I have with it, is like, oh, I can't have just like a thing that's just like, hey, I need to register this object has this type of overlay. It's not perfect on that right now. It is still very prescriptive. It is still very, these are all of my overlays for doors. Here's a list of doors in this room that make them do that. That's kind of what it's still doing. And then, like, you know, here's a list of enemies in the room, and then here's some enemy overlays, put them on there. So, not fully modular as much as I would like to, but still way better than what I was doing before. I'd say it's a marked improvement over what was being done before, because what was being done before felt like it was a little bit too much of a copy pasta job, whereas now it is actually still interface driven, and there is a pseudo kind of sort of not really union type thing going on, but not really, but mostly just like a thing to keep track of things in a standardized way, and something that'll just make it so that whenever I'm doing stuff with these overlays, it is like 1 or 2 lines. Instead of it being like, you know, I want to set this enemy overlay to this enemy, and then having a method that, like, gets the enemy, also gets the enemy's targetable hole, and sets that on there, and also sets the enemy's nameplate information, and also sets this, and also sets that. Instead, it is just 1 line, and then the interface takes care of it. And the interface method will take care of it. And then the object itself, the overlay itself, will be like, here's the enemy I need to make the setup for. Grab their name, put it here. Grab their health, put it here. Hook up to the health events on the entity, so on and so forth. So it's all kind of standardized behind that. So it is better than it was before. It's not as great. Again, it's mostly just like I was trying to figure out how I was going to do it, and like the big problem is that, like, if I'm using a generic type interface like I am now, you can't really get a generic reference to multiple types of the same generic type interface because covariance and contravariance cannot be used together with each other is the primary issue. So addressing all of the different overlay types as a standard overlay type doesn't function as much as I would want to. And again, a big thing is that like I'm trying to avoid having to do stupid casts. Having to do if object is type variable. I don't want to be doing that too much, especially when I'm having to kind of dynamically set overlays on the fly. Not necessarily because I think it's going to be a huge performance thing, but primarily just because it looks ugly. It just looks ugly in my opinion. I think it's kind of wonky. I think it should provide the type that it expects, and then it should just go from there. However, that does require a few more things. For example, it means that rooms need to keep track of all of the generic interactables. So, for example, if I'm going to put a mechanism into the room that is going to open up a secret door or whatever, or it's going to open up a keypad or whatever, one of those puzzles for a secret door, each of those has to be enumerated within the room's data as a very specific list. It has to be a list of environment interactables components. Can't be a list of anything else, and it needs to be referenced specifically as that list, and then that list needs to be then shipped to a... I lost a bunch of my pins earlier because Visual Studio crashed. And I'm fine where the fuck they are now. Overlay registry. It has to have the specific overlay registry for the HUD targetable overlay that corresponds to the environment interactable type, where U is an iTargetable and environment interactable inherits the iTargetable interface. That's the whole idea. And right now, the only thing that the iTargetable interface actually does is it provides a targetable hole. That is the main function of iTargetable right now. Yes. It's mostly just like, we are expecting this iTargetable to have a targetable hole. The reason that we need a targetable hole is because of the way that these outlines work. Let's go ahead and boot up the video game. So when I mouse over this target dummy, there is a box being drawn around them. That box also changes size depending on the position and relative scale of the target dummy per the camera angle and the closeness of the camera. And the way that works is that they have a targetable hole. And the targetable hole is the auto-target hole. It is a capsule collider. However, the system will still just get a bounding box of that collider and use that specifically. It's what it usually does. And doors are similar. So doors will also have an auto-target hole on them, and that kind of defines the shape that the box will take on the UI. You can see when I'm getting away from it and have the door at a more, oblong angle, or a more obtuse or acute. I don't know what to define that as, but the door is facing a little bit more towards the camera, and therefore the box is bigger, etc., etc. You'll notice, so when I lock on to the target dummy, it has little lock-on symbols around it. Whereas if I right-click on the shielded door, it is not locking onto the shielded door. And I think that's kind of mostly by design. I don't think the player is ever going to really need to lock on to generic interactables with their weapons. In terms of... because again, the idea is going to be that in order to tell what item you are going to interact with, when we actually come up to the shielded door, you'll notice now it looks like we're locked on. And the way that that actually works is that it is dependent on whatever object is in the player's interactable trigger volume that the game has decided is the highest priority interact within that trigger volume. So if there are multiple items here, it will only highlight whatever object is going to be interacted with when you press E. That is the general idea behind it. So you can't actually lock onto a shielded door, and this is the lock-on appearance, but we're not actually locked onto the door. This is just showing that this is what the game wants to interact with if I press E. That's kind of part of it. There is going to be one other type of object that will be locked onto, and that is going to be breakable objects. You can, in fact, lock onto breakable objects, and that's going to be very crucial because most of the loot of the video game is going to be in breakable objects. That is kind of the idea. So. But you'll notice the weapons. They do not show anything. I can pick them up using the interact button, which we're currently having the interact button also show up for this unknown room over here. So, obviously, I might need to investigate why the gun is not shooting long enough. At some point, I'm going to end up needing to fix how targeting works. As it stands, like, I've set up some systems in there to theoretically make some of the verticality of the game be not a big issue. However, that tends to rear its ugly head. For example, let's walk up against this door, and then I'm going to put my cursor where the shielded door is. You'll notice that my character isn't actually facing the door when I'm pointing the crosshair at the door. That's because my character's looking at this point on the wall, rather than forward where the door is. You can actually see me kind of snap when I move my cursor like that, and that's part of it. I might just change it such that if my cursor is not directly on a floor, then it needs to disregard the height of the cursor and just go for character level, essentially. Yeah. Singer Prokol, Tengu, how are you doing? Yeah. So yeah, like I said, next step is the interacts for the pick up weapons. By the way, I should probably move my Oh, Tengu has regen. Tengu, did you want to do a regen? So hang on, I need to move my character model. That look better? That looks a little bit better. There we go. Alrighty, let me get that started. One of these days I'll make it the fancy thing on the KT dash, but that day's clearly not today. Alright. Pause my music, and then we switch over to here. Excuse me. Okay. Years of battle have taken their toll. We can regenerate you at a cost. Your toaster can be restored, but much of your hydrogen and head paths will be lost. These you'll have to earn all over again in KT streams. When you respawn, but yeah, when you awaken, you'll respawn as a next generation toaster fricker. Would you like to go to the next gen? A toaster capital sniper. And your answer, please. Should have some sort of, like, triumphant sound in place just as a placeholder until I get the fancier animations up. Thank you. It's your cue. Yeah. I am waiting for an answer. The whole way that this ceremony works is that you say yes, and then I do the thing. Meh. I will take your silence as a no in... I'm actually here. No. I will take your silence as a no in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your response has been recorded. And you shall stay at level 50. I think. I want to find out. I'm fucking this up. Get out of here. Okay. I need to turn the music back on. Alright. What level are you, anyways? Oh, you are Gen 2. You've done this before. You've done this before, and you got up in the middle of the fucking ceremony to go nowhere. What the frick? What is this? Left at the altar. Oh well. Not a big deal for me. Anyways. So... let's get started with this. First thing I want to do is I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to enable this. We're going to work off of the way that I built the door target overlay temporarily. I do want to build the UI here first before I decide how to write the code of it, is the thing. And then I'm going to go ahead and actually make sure this is set up as new prefab. So I'm going to call this weapon target overlay. A lot of what we do with this will also be reused for the other thing. That way I can go to prefabs, go to UI, target overlays, create this. We want this to be an original prefab. It's kind of made up of other prefabs, so I don't really need to do like prefab variation here. Maybe the overlay fill should also be its own thing, but Hey, the other thing that I did do was nameplates are now complete. Now they have the rank and the faction to them. Previously, they only had the rank. I've now added the faction icon, and I've started adding rank and faction icons to the other thingies. Why is the face tracking not liking it when I am drinking my coffee? That's annoying. I do kind of prefer the accuracy of the eye tracking of the Toby, but also, wow, does it just not work sometimes? Anyways. So yeah, and I want to actually open asset in isolation. Now, there is something that I need to be doing with this one, and that is I need to set up this info card in a way that has everything in a vertical layout set up. In fact, I might actually go to the original prefab here and try and set that up. So I'm going to duplicate this object here, this interact prompt object. I'll get rid of the Text Mesh Pro. Set this up like this. I mainly copied this so that I would be able to then set up a layout element to set the preferred height, min height to 40. Just to check. This is actually 30. I'm gonna get this out. Interesting. I should probably actually have it as 30 then. Because this is height 30. As it stands, I may end up doing a horizontal group on this too. For now, I'm going to put these in like so. Give this a layout element real quick. And then kind of actually want something else here. Which is, so when we put longer buttons here like that, that's not going to fit there, obviously. Granted, we don't have customizable buttons yet, but I do want to kind of set some things up here. Which is going to be that the button prompt is going to get think a horizontal layout group is going to be all it really needs. Control child size width and height. Don't do force expand. Then padding left. That's a little bit too much. Yeah. Singer Purple Toad Kid, how are you doing? There we go. But it is not quite doing what I was hoping it would do. I will actually force child height expand. I've been watching streams lately. Didn't have to sign back into Twitch when I opened it. Man. Yeah, of course. It was good for me to have coffee again, finally. Not having coffee has been a huge killer. So what I need is...
Headsets incoming.
Thank you, Pet Pats. Not force expand that. Why are you like this? Anyways. Unless it's just... Okay, so... That's why it was actually just... The height wasn't correct. That being said, I'm gonna change the top pattern of this a little bit. There we go, that's a little bit better. Problem is, does this work yet? Aha, it does! Cool. Alright. The other thing is... Here, I should put it in the space that it was before. But I want it to also have a little bit of space in here. There. That's right, I also need the can't do button to be in here. Also, I'm actually going to need to put it here. And I need this to ignore layout. There we go. I do not know what... In fact, let me... Yeah, so here it is. So it initially looked like that. I need to keep these values. Although, it seems to have messed with the values anyways. What do you mean some values driven by horizontal layout group? It's not in a horizontal layout group. What layout group, you sons of bitches? Right. It still thinks it's driven by a horizontal layout group. What the fuck? I clicked ignore layout. What? Huh? What the fuck? Unity, why are you like this? That means I need to go reset that on every fucking overlay that uses the info card. That's annoying. I mean, yes, I could also set up the thing so that that component is part of this prefab, but... Okay. Add layout element. Ignore layout. There we go. And then paste component values. What the fuck are those component values? That's not what I copied. What? I'm all going insane. Hold on. Back out of there. Go back into parts. Info card. See, now it's fixed. Oh, fuck's sake. I broke whatever I was trying to do, so whatever. I think this is the image that is referenced in most of the things. And hopefully that will keep things as not being broken. However... So I need to do this. So I can then do 36 by 36. So now the thing shows up in the correct place. Great. Why it was bugging out before. It does mean that if the prompt is longer, then the overlay kind of just shows up there. Also, I need to put it lower down. Which is kind of goofy. Excuse me. Wow. Ooh. Which is kind of goofy, but works well enough. Alright. Now that that is done, info card main. So here's the thing. We have like a bottom 45 thing here. This is not going to fly in the whatchamacallit. So what I'm gonna actually end up having to do is I'm going to need to create an empty here. Card space. Make this 45. None of these will really matter that much, but just in case. Actually, technically speaking, I could do padding maybe, but alright, and then in fact, yeah, I could absolutely do padding. So what I'm going to do is there's going to be a vertical layout group here. I don't know why it says control child size width off, and it still fucking flattens everything to 0. I don't know how it keeps doing that. I do not know how it keeps fucking doing that. Alright, I think I have gotten it. I do need to have it control child size height. Why is it expanding that? Hold on, you know, I can get rid of card space, and then what I need to do is bottom 45. There we go. Now, I don't know why the prompt button is wide. Why are you wide? You're controlling child. Oh, child force expand height, that needs to be turned off. Why are you still tall? Why are you still tall? But why are you still tall? I do not understand. My preferred height is 30. So, as is yours. Sure. I don't know why Child Force Expand Height decided that it needed to expand you to nothing, but... No, because I want that specifically for this. Like, the interact can freely go to that size. So why... Why does force expand height expand space to where it doesn't need to be? Unless it has to do with... No? Does it think that the interact has to be 39? Unless... There we go. Okay. It's because I was missing a content size fitter. It's actually force expanding to fit the box. We needed the box to change size. That was the whole fucking point. That was the whole fucking point. Now we have something going on. Now we have something going on. Now we've probably got a bunch of other things that have been broken, so let's fix those. Door target overlay. Yeah, so like the nameplate's now fucked. We'll need to turn you off. Actually, no, that's right, because this is horizontal, whereas the rest of it's using vertical, so that's fine, actually. Also... What's selected? I can also also revert that too. I don't need the target overlay nameplate, it's different. The rarity nameplate is what I need to fix. Excuse me. The first thing is I need to add a layout element to you, so I can tell you to ignore layout, so you keep this custom whatchamacallit, the anchors that I set up. What I also really need is how large is this normally? That's what I want to find out. Nameplate is normally 48. Preferred height is 48. I was gonna set it to that. I have to kind of want to set it to whatever it was before. This actually looks a little big. Why are you? Oh, because you're a different prefab. That's right. I should get rid of that prefab, just because of the fact that, like, that's probably fine. Although the order is now out of order, so let's fix that. Open asset my installation. So you just put the... Fuck off. Yes, they can be reordered. Just reorder them like that for now. Save. Doesn't mean I have to, like, get rid of this prefab, because we're gonna have to recreate that. Alright. And that actually technically means that when we don't have a second line to the description, that means it's actually going to collapse itself like that. I'm going to add a slight bit of spacing to it. Which means that this looks like that. Actually, I'm going to need to add padding in general. Target overlay info card. I need to add some padding. No, wait. Padding needs to be in here. Doesn't need padding on the top because it's kind of designed to do that, but it is going to need padding on the bottom. There we go. There we go. That looks way fucking better now. Jeez. Back to the door target overlay. Yeah, that looks way better now. Man. I don't know what keeps changing whenever I switch to these. Unless it's just the way that the prefabs are being read in. Oh, that's right. I probably also should probably... change you to E again. Apply prefab. Yeah. And then at some point I'm going to set up some sort of system that changes that depending on what the button actually is. just to triple check the door target overlay still works correctly. By the way, I did change this to a rarity nameplate now, right? Yeah, this is now a rarity nameplate. With the door target overlay, it almost feels like it's still a little too big. Shit. Technically speaking, as the whatchamacallit works here, this looks like it might be in the wrong place, actually. Let me see. Let's find out. Oh wait, it's already got a heroic on it. Oh no, it does have like the bottom pixels cut off there. Okay. That tracks then. Cool. That'll be how that works then. And then... And yeah, there will theoretically be... It's actually currently using a rarity info for this. Specifically, it is a door rarity info. So, like, this is the general colors that are going to be used for a door's nameplate. And then some doors might be... Not necessarily some doors, but specifically some rooms might have different colors on the nameplate. It might even use, like, the rare or legendary nameplates for certain rooms. Okay. Let me make sure that there are... Okay, so all of these need to be reverted. We do still want to keep this, because that's targeting our HUD manager. And then we need this. Remove unused overrides. That's fine. Revert those. Those are fine. So now, here we go. That looks fine. I could cross-reference it with the screenshot that I took today of what it looked like before. Before, it looked like that. I'd say we are perfect. Actually, there was a little bit of top padding. I might actually add a little bit more padding to that then. Parts, info card. And the main one, we want to add 3, 3, 3, and it's probably about what that looks like. The bottom could probably actually be left as 2. Oops. Door target overlay. Yeah, so slightly closer to what we had before. Excuse me. You will notice that on the default form of the door overlay, up top it says door. However, if we play, this now says shielded door up top. Because this has been set up as shielded. It's part of just like me testing functionalities. It tells us that the room ahead, it cannot be told, it cannot be figured out, the door is shielded. Whereas if I go ahead and pick up a pistol and then... Oh, that's right. I don't actually have the stamina system yet, so I don't actually have that off cooldown. That's fine. So now I can actually see what's ahead of me. Here, there is a supply room, level 1. Contains vendor selling items and services. We can go back through here. Encounter room, level 4. I did not set up a description localization for encounter rooms yet. I still need to do that. I still need to kind of fix localization. It's still a kind of crappy spot right now. But in order to do so, it is like a huge busy work. So I don't want to be doing that right now. Like it is an immense busy work issue. Because not only... So I've set things up such that I can make the localization system modular and have it have multiple localization files that reference each other. Future use problem now. Kind of, yeah. It's my problem now is the problem, but in order to actually fix it, future me has to step in because again, it is not going to be fun for me to do that on stream. Like I said, it's actually going to be divided up into parts now. I could try and see. I'll see what it looks like when I export all views from Notion and see what happens with that. And I might be able to set something up to where I can have the importer. Also, this still says KTech Uniform. The menu option that has the localization updater, it still says KTech Uniform. It is no longer part of KTech Uniform. It is now just Locat is the library name. Actually, it might still be called ktech.locat, but I might still change that as well into possibly even just be like toastercackerelstudios.locat might be what it is. Because that's the, so Toaster Cackerel Studios. I don't know if you've been here when I was talking about this, Code Kid. I've been considering a little bit of a rebrand of the overall streaming thingamajig. Toaster Cackerel Studios is essentially the name of the game development studio arm of my quote-end-quote business, right? And there's also, because I've kind of touched on it in Blue Sky, as much as I did kind of create K-Ton in a way that is supposed to be like a character that I can very strongly identify with. She's also like a character that I like writing for and writing stories about. And it's hard to share those stories when my branding seems to suggest that this character is me, which it's not. That's kind of the point. If it was just me, that would be boring to write about. So, essentially what I would like to do is not necessarily, I'm still kind of actually leaning back towards being called a VTuber again. I've had some issues with it recently just because of like shit going on in the VTuber sphere that has made me really not consider myself part of the VTuber community. However, VTubing is not a community, it is an industry. I forget who said that. I know Olivia quoted it from another VTuber. I want to say it was probably somebody from VShojo, funnily enough. I think that was actually just straight up like, it was either Zentreya or someone else from VShojo. Melody, I think, actually might have said it. Is who I might be thinking of. I could look it up on my Telegram. No, that was a different discussion that I was having with her. If I search up industry, I could probably find it. Oh, you know what? She did not actually name a specific person who was doing it, who was calling that, as mixing up the Melody conversation as a different conversation. It was someone had a take that was like, we really need to stop calling this VTuber community, need to start calling this VTuber industry. And I can feel that. I can feel that. I'm fine with... You know what else I forgot? Hang on. I forgot to pop out my YouTube chat. There was a person in YouTube chat, or there was a person on YouTube. They weren't chatting, but they were on YouTube. Put that over here. Scale that to that. There we go. I don't want it to be top chat, I want it to be live chat. We certainly exist, that's fine. I've said it before, where, like, interacting with YouTube is always kind of just a 50-50 coin flip between having to fucking maintain a daycare of kids who do not understand my brand, or just, like, you know, second monitor Andes who are at work and can't load up Twitch at work because of their work proxy not liking Twitch. And that's fine. That latter one, I am totally fine with. I'll take 100 of those. The moment I get one of the other one of the former things, fuck them. No, I will not play Better Than Wolves. No, I will not play RL Craft. I am not your toy for your amusement. I am just trying to stream and entertain and have a good time with some folks on the interwebs. That's all it is, really. That's all I'm doing, man. Hanging out with people and doing cool stuff. As my model really still does not like me drinking from my coffee cup. It's fine. I got distracted. Oh yeah, I was kind of just discussing that, like, in order to fix up the whatchamacallit. In order to fix the localization, I need to not only go re-import all of the localization files, that also means that a bunch of localization references are going to be broken, because now they're not going to point to the same GUIDs that they were before, and so I have to go around and fix all of those. Unless theoretically they might, because I know that I've set it up such that it'll generate a GUID off of the object's name. However, that might change depending on where it's placed and if it's in a new file. But like I said, I don't want to have to sit here for like an hour of stream just going through and clicking on things and then clicking on other things to fix all of the broken references. And there will be a lot of broken references. I will have to break all of the references that are currently to the main localization file, because the main localization file will need to be replaced with what's going to be the new main. The structure of it is going to be localization main, and then there will be I can go look it up real quick. There will be localization main, localization texts and effects, and localization dialogue. Those will be the three things. It'll actually probably be named something more like base game texts and effects, base game dialogue, and then the idea is going to be that when I have expansions or whatever, or even if I wanted to do DLC, I could have those as separate whatchamacallums. Have them as separate files that then reference in whichever file it should belong to. So, like, if I have a file that is for a new expansion, and that new expansion has new dialogue, then I'm going to have, like, expansion name dialogue, and then that's going to reference base game dialogue. Base game dialogue will still itself reference primary gameplay. But it's you know, it's it's sort of like the dependency chain of assemblies is kind of how I've prototyped it in my head. That's generally the idea of it. But I just don't want to collapse that. Like I said, I'm gonna have to replace all of those in the future. Excuse me. So let's get on with making the weapon. Let's make get on with weapon overlay. I'm actually just gonna go ahead and duplicate the door target overlay, and I'm going to call this weapon target overlay. So there's going to be something funny going on with this weapon target overlay, and this is also going to be a thing that I add to a couple of the other like pickup items. For example, the hop-ups. I did say before that like the idea is going to be that hop-ups are auto pickup until you are carrying 10 hop-ups, at which point until you're carrying 10 hop-ups, at which point they become interactables instead, where you have to choose which hop-up to get rid of out of your inventory. Another thing that I came up with recently, by the way, I've come up with a new concept for the game design that I think is going to work really well. I've discussed before that I had kind of the idea. Obviously, stamina system has been something I wanted to work on for a while. It still hasn't been set up, and I kind of want to work on that soon-ish. Once I get more of the, level design stuff working. And the idea that I had is I was always kind of skittish on the idea of having contraption limits. Specifically, their contraptions, if you don't remember, are essentially like Slay the Spire relics or Balatro Jokers. But I was kind of iffy on the idea of having contraption limits. Partially because, like, it is a thing that I notice in Balatro, is that, like, any one Joker has to be evaluated on its opportunity cost of not taking another Joker over it. So, like, for example, a utility card like Flush, or like, not Misprint, what am I thinking of? Smeared Joker. The utility of Smeared Joker is going to be dependent on another scoring joker, and technically speaking, a smear joker will not get you more score than an ancient joker, for example. Now, paired together, they will make triggering ancient joker easier, but it's inherently kind of a dead weight joker no matter what. Not necessarily like it's ultra useless dead weight, but it is like a limiter on the score, essentially. I don't want contraptions to feel like that. I want to make it feel like all contraptions that are like utility are useful. I really want a mix of utility contraptions and contraptions that help you deal more damage. I want to have a mix of both. And putting in contraption limits kind of hurts that concept, especially when the late game design of the game is built around kind of sort of damage checking you and increasing the requirements of that damage check as you go along in your run, requiring you to then get more stuff to keep up with the damage checks. And having an equipment or having a contraption limit will make it so that utility contraptions are drastically less useful. And then I had another idea. So, we won't have... It's funny because this sort of comes from Dark Souls again. But it's not really from Dark Souls because it's more like I figured out a way to tie things in. Essentially, the more contraptions you have equipped, you start to have a stamina recharge penalty applied. Fairly small. I want to go like max 30%, I think, or possibly 40%. We'll play around with the values. I don't want it to be just like absolutely making your stamina bar useless, but I do want it to be like noticeable once you start kind of over encumbering yourself. And that way, what I could do is, contraptions can now have a weight to them. And then I can make utility contraptions have a lower weight, and then damage contraptions have a higher weight. And then essentially it is, you know, a considerable tactical consideration figuring out whether or not you want to keep a contraption on you that doesn't super devalue utility contraptions. And I think that is fantastic. Originally, I was thinking it was going to be, like, based on rarity, but I think it's better to be, like, if it's a utility thing, it should probably have, like, a lower weight. And if it's, like, a damage thing, it should have kind of a weight that's corresponding to its damage. That's kind of the idea that I want to go for with it. Yeah, I think that would be really cool. And it's technically kind of, sort of... I can't say this yet. I actually can't say this yet because I have not played Dark Souls. There is discussions going on amongst me and my friends of whether or not I'm going to be forced to play Dark Souls in the near future. But it's sort of like equip load in Dark Souls. Sort of. Kind of. Except it doesn't work quite that way here, because rather than it affecting your dodges mechanics, it instead affects how often you can dodge. Which technically is still the same thing, but it's executed in a much different way. So, that's kind of the idea, but that's neither here nor there. Or it's going to be there, but it is not here. Here, we are working on the weapon. So, we will have there has been something I've been meaning to add to target overlay nameplate. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and open asset in isolation. And I'm actually going to add some code to the nameplate as well. Also, I think I am actually just going to set up these parts so that they have a component on themselves. That way it's standardized. But I want to take this. So you do have a horizontal fit preferred size. But what I want to do, if I actually look at this, it is positioned a certain distance above the thing, and that's good. Because what I'm going to do, I want to add like a subtype thing to this. This is probably just going to be for like the pickup items. It is going to be specifically for the items. Actually, wait. No, that's right. You know what I can do here instead of what I was thinking of, which was I was going to put a thing down here. How about instead... real quick, I'm going to do size equals 8. And then do weapon. And have that be down here. Then I change the thing to that. And then I reduce line spacing a little bit. So now we have it look like that. Yeah! Can we see that in game? See what that kind of looks like. It's a little small. Gotta fix that. Upgrade that 12. That looks better. At 1x. Yes! I like that. Good. Haha. Why, that's very good. Yes, I like that. So now the idea will be that we put the name of the weapon on top, and then in a small font down there is going to be we put weapon. Or if it's a contraption, we can instead put contraption. Or if it's a hop-up, we're instead put hop-up. Bada bing, bada boom. We have the idea of how we do this. Awesome. Which does mean we are going to need that as a thing. I'm going to go to my data, HUD style data. I'm going to double click this script so you can add this. Target displays, where we want to put it. Add one. It is going to be a string. Target nameplate. Item type format equals. So we put a 0 first parameter, then a new line. I'm gonna need to make sure that this has text area set up, and then size equals 12, and then 1. For the second parameter, close our size tag, so that we don't have unforeseen consequences. And then we do field text area. Awesome. So we'll use that in the future. That's going to be in the near future. That means we need to kind of hook into the same way that room door gets its nameplate formatting, where we're also going to pull from the whatchamacallit. I feel like that shouldn't actually be on the target itself. It should be on the overlay itself, because the overlay has reference to style data. Maybe. It would be cursed if I tried to just get the style data from player.hud manager. That'd be kind of cursed. I think that's a good idea. So I probably do need to sort of refactor this a little bit. Or I can make it so that get special nameplate text can also specify in a I would specify in a style data that it can use. I'm also going to do that for interact prompt text. Now I have to go over to everything that handles this, such as this. Or what's the word I'm looking for? Interact prompt text. And for now, style data doesn't have anything done with it. Mainly because the nameplate text doesn't need any sort of crazy formatting. I don't need to put the subtype door on doors, because doors that aren't unlocked or shielded will just type door as its name. And it would be kind of silly if it said door, and then in small text, door. In fact, one could even call that a double door. Tough crab. Anyways. Where are we going? Yeah, that's for that then, and then which the pickup weapons are gonna be the thing that does this. And in theory, I could have some base types that handle this in a way, but for now, I'll probably just have it be integrated into the weapon. That does mean we do need to go around and fix all of the current calls to it. Do not actually specify a data. part of that is that we need style data in the thing. Kind of a weird spot to put it, but we are gonna have to do this. Excuse me. HUD overlay info card is definitely going to have access to style data, but it might even be. It is not currently indexed here or cached here. I'm going to make it cached here. We'll use my component referencer snippet here, but we'll do HUD style data, and then if it is null, we will instead get it from overlay base style data. Cool. So that fixes the interact prompt. Now I just need to fix the nameplate text. It's in HUD interactable overlay base. Perfect. I believe this should already have a style data off the rip. Yes, it does. It's an inherent part of overlay base. Awesome. It's not the prettiest solution for it, but it'll work. Might end up turning these into like statics that can be accessed wherever. That would probably be a smarter way of setting it up. But for now, it'll be like this. It could be in the static game manager object as a static variable potentially. But for now, it is like this. All right. That's all in service of setting this up. By the way, I will go ahead and open prefab in isolation. Another thing I do need to do is I might try and set up a thing that hides these icons for things that don't need these icons. But maybe it'll be fine. Maybe it'll be fine. And for now, I'm just going to save it like that. There we go. The default will not have the subtype on it. What did I call that again anyways? So, oops. Yeah, I call it item type format. That's fine. I think it is mostly going to be used for items. Actually, you know what? It might end up being used for vendors. Like, for example, it'll be like Dr. Dakota, and then the subtype is signature contraption vendor. technically I would want to do that. Funnily enough, I think because of the fact that it is still using a horizontal fitter, it'll likely end up scaling it to fit the smaller text. It's probably fine, actually. It might actually look fine that way. If it doesn't, then we'll just have to set it up the other way. That's fine. I do need to start deciding who is all of the other NPCs, though. Wow. Back into things. We are ready to start working on setting up this thing. First off, I'm going to disable this. Select asset here. There we go. Weapon target overlay. We did actually start on this. Yeah, target overlay nameplate is already set up the way I want it to. So set this up. Inner type label. We're gonna change this to weapon. I'm actually gonna go into here and I want to dismiss this override right here and change it back to the way that weapon texts will show up normally. I'm also going to go ahead and let the rest of it be reverted to that. Currently decorated as a heroic. Which you probably won't be seeing that for a while. That is a feature in and of itself. Now the way that this is going to look is we are going to still put level and then whatever. We do have a size thing to that, which I'm noticing truncates on overflow. I kind of actually would prefer for that to overflow instead. There's plenty of room here for it to go. Oh no, it's oh, I understand. It's because I set it to no wrap mode. There we go. Normal. Interesting. I see. I'm using cap line. Oh, there is just barely not enough space. I'm gonna fix that by doing that. It still truncates. Let me change min to 18. That'll probably let it work. Sure does. Alright, make the space a little bit bigger now. I might actually have to keep it at 22. Keep that like that. 2D view this? How would it come slightly up? Actually, we're just gonna have to do it like that. There we go. That fits. That looks good. Clip it and ship it. Yeah, and it can still stack 2 lines in case it needs to. Awesome. Alright. Because there's another thing we gotta do here. I'm gonna take this interact prompt container. I'm going to duplicate this. Because what we're gonna end up doing... do... secondary button prompt container. Now, the default button I assigned to this, I think was actually Alt? I have to go look. Ghost gun controls. Combat. Secondary interact. Because I remember it was D-pad down. It's left control on keyboard. Okay. Sure. CTRL. Toggle. Oops. I have caps lock on. Details. So, here's the idea. When you first look at a weapon on the ground, it will show a short description of its effect text, if it has effect text. And then when you press the button, it will then show the full text for its effects, as well as its flavor text. So some of these things are going to be hidden and made smaller until you press a button. That's going to be the idea. Also, I do actually still need to go back in, and we're gonna open asset in isolation. We are actually just gonna set this up as having a nameplate on it. Actually, I did set it up here, but... Huh. Oh, that's right. No, the nameplate is set up like that. No, that's right. It's specifically the, entity name, the target nameplate, is what I didn't set up. This I wanted to set up with that, but for now it'll be... No, actually I do want to do that now. I do want to do that now. Open asset in isolation. Nameplate. Overlay target nameplate. Rank icon. Faction image. Nameplate entity name. Save. And then get rid of this. Remove component. Set it to the prefab. We should not have that there. I think there was a reason, but we can fix that reason actually. And that is... I've got to look for it here. I think it's referenced in base class. Or it might not be. It's definitely a reference in any overlay, I know that. Yeah, so the target nameplate here. So it is a serialized field reference. It does not try to find the same object. So actually that can be fine. I think there might be some stuff in overlay info card that assumes that it is that the component is on the same thing, but it really doesn't. This still gets set as a serialized field. So even overlay info card could go into its own prefab then. However, not quite, because this is actually a base class for other info cards. If I look at overlay door info, this is inheriting from overlay info cards. So that is a reason for it to not do that. I might still try and, like, abstract out some of these things to a different component. I might need to do that. And that might help. Make it so that, like, for example, overlay door info would be an added component. And it just references the overlay info card. But that's refactoring. I don't want to do that right now. The interact type here. Nameplate's fine. Get that there. This needs to be changed to effect text. It's just going to keep it as effect text. And I'm going to use this as an example of a short effect text. But I will definitely need to set something up to where I can... this will be set depending on whether or not we want the extended or normal, or extended or short. And then the rest of the units, or the rest of the materials, will be dependent on... They'll be, like, enabled and disabled, depending on whether or not we're expanding. You know what I might do? So, this target overlay info card is 400 width. I'm gonna make this slightly bigger. Except I'm not sure if I can do that. I was thinking if I could put the toggle details on the other side. Or, easier thing. What I can do is I'm just gonna integrate it into the same thing. Just be here and there. So it'll be stacked on it. And that kind of makes sense. Then you can get rid of that. I like that. That's not bad. And granted, we're gonna have, like, replace current weapon is going to be what the prompt looks like if we're currently carrying our maximum number of weapons. And again, if that happens, that's fine. Although, for some reason, it is causing the text to be weird. Mine needs to be an auto size, so max size of 20. I'm gonna apply these to prefab. I'm gonna change this back to interact. Should like revert, and then apply all of the overrides of that. Apply prefab. Granted, you're still set up. Let me change this to second button prompt. Second interact prompt. And then we're gonna do the same thing for you. We have 20 and then 12. I think this is what I set up. 16 actually. Alright. And then when I type in too much shit into the thing, it's still causing that, which is weird. Why is it not giving it enough space? Your control child size width. No idea why it's not giving it the size it needs. Turn that down. Oh, first of all, it needs to be control, not control. What I want to know is... Hold on. If I change this back to 16, it no longer wants to move that. I mean, the second interact prompt isn't even at its minimum size. It can change the sizes of these, but it's refusing to. Why is it? Let me try something. Let me add layout element and then layout priority 2, 0, 1. I don't know how that works. What does layout priority even do then? Actually, I set this to no. And then it doesn't do anything. And then it doesn't care. It just straight up doesn't care. It's changing the size, but it's not changing the size to what it should be. Just confirm, we don't have separate margins. So that spacing is coming from within the thing. Hold on. So is there anything controlling the width of these? Let me see something. If I go ahead and throw in, is this going to complain? If I add a content size fitter, parent is a type of layout group component. Child layout group should not have a content size fitter since it should be driven by a layout group. But except it's fucking not working correctly. So, wow, it's even worse now. That did not help at all. Fine. Why is it not respecting the padding of this horizontal layout group? So the upper thing controls child size width. So why don't you work? Why is your padding not working at all? It's out of curiosity. Out of curiosity. Let's go to this. Hold on. Huh. What do you mean? Why does that make it respect the size? Even though internally, it's still overflowing. Why is that doing that? This does not make sense. This is why I hate Tech Smash Pro. It just has so many weird fucking problems that do not make sense. Why does that work? Never mind, it doesn't. Never mind, it actually just straight up doesn't. I'm so confused. What if I give this layout priority? Does that make it any fucking better? Nope. It does not give a single flying fuck. I don't understand why. Wow, none of these Google results make anything better. That's not the problem I'm seeing. Damn it. I accidentally closed all tabs to the left instead of just closing the tab I wanted to close. I feel like I've done that a lot lately. Oh no, that means I've reloaded my fucking Twitch. That's annoying. Also, Tengu never came back. So, Code Kid, I don't know if you're still listening or not. Funny thing that I know you'll probably actually understand. Tengu came on, had a regen ready to go, and I asked them, hey, you want to do your regen? And they said, sure. And I did the ceremony, and I sat there for like 2 minutes in fucking silence. They just fucking left, and I just took that as a no. They have to respond in order to get their regen. That's how this works. And the thing is, Tengu is Gen 2. They've done one of these before. So, why did they just, like, yeah, okay, peace. Yeah, I'll do the ceremony. Fucking peace. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Anyways, yeah, that aside, I don't know why this is not working. I don't know why Unity is like this. I do not know why Unity is like this. Yeah, for real. No, not even that. Imagine telling everybody you're going to go to a graduation ceremony, doing all the prep work for it, getting all the RSVPs, and setting everything up, and then not arriving. It's like the moment that more text is here, it starts breaking. Why is it like this? I don't get it. Toggle details turn into dog. I was key smashing whatever was on the left side. So I didn't feel like it. Sorry. Why is it just not? Hang on. Let's try... layout element, priority 10. Also put layout element, priority 10 on this. I'm actually going to apply that component to prefab. Does that fix it at all? Nope. Not at all. Why? If I set flexible width and then 0. No? That doesn't help. No, it's only for expanding it. It's not necessarily for contracting it. Hold on. Yeah, Senor Poco Benitez, how are you doing? Because I am suffering. I don't understand why this shit is happening. And if I turn that off, then it just straight up doesn't do anything. And that's not what we wanted to do. I mean, actually, so if I do you... Yeah, no, that just doesn't work. Fellow cat is drawing. Congratulations. I do want to get myself back into drawing. Why... Hang on, first of all, let's turn control width back on. What is use child size width? Or use child scale width? Does that make any difference? No, it does not. Drawing a Mogus in a school activity? Jail for 1,000 years. I don't know why it is like this. Morgy summoning ritual? Yeah. Nice. I love how Code Kid recognized that you were doing one of those and joined in. Oh, it wasn't a combo, it was just gonna be posting. Good Morky stuff. Priority system determines which values to affect over others. The other element component is high priority in the text dimension. fields. That doesn't... Higher priority. Heard played the horse game that's really popular. I sure have. It is a gacha game, and that means I will not address it no matter what. Except for, like, I mean, I've addressed gacha games in the past, but, like, it's true. I will not beat the allegations. I am, in fact, not immune to gold chip. However, I have zero interest in anything going on with the game. It does not seem very fun. I don't really get it. And I have plenty of other games that I really want to play. And again, it's a gacha game, so it's automatically going to be like, I don't want to play this. That still doesn't work. I feel like if you careers don't get people play it as much as they do, though. Funny horse girls. I don't know. It's like the thing is, it still changes size. But also, it's not changing size in such a way that actually respects the fucking size of it. In fact, actually, hang on. I'm curious. Yeah, why is it... It is not just ignoring the padding, it's entirely not respecting... This is a fucking problem specifically with Text Mesh Pro. I bet you it is. I bet you I could boot up one of my older 2021 version and 2021 engine version projects, and I go in and I do this exact thing, and it works fucking fine. I don't know why it is doing this here. I don't know why it is behaving as if each of these has dynamic size that is not the right dynamic size. Because it's still doing that, but it's almost like it's not... I don't understand why it's like this. Out of curiosity, if I switch both of these interact prompts to not auto size, hang on, why are you fucked up? I just like forget to set you up back to, yeah, 8, 8, So... And then it does it eventually. It just stops respecting the horizontal groups. I'm not even sure if it's that. I think it just wants to... I do not get it. New component. I did you do this, Unity? It still does it. Why is it trying to scale things it should not be scaling? How do I tell it to not scale that while still letting it scale to the thing inside of it? How do I do that? Because none of this helps me. Man, this might actually be it. Or this might be someone reporting a similar fucking issue for once. Let's find out. I'm trying to use horizontal layout group to text children and dynamically change the to match the text and content. So avoid content size fitter. Force layout goodness. No. Hold on. Keep child force expand width unchecked. And check the child controls size width. Child controls size width, but that's not an option here. Where the fuck is that an option? Unless it's use child scale, but... that doesn't seem to help either. So unfortunately, this actually doesn't fucking help. I'm wondering if... I feel like that wouldn't work, though. If I set everything to not control width, turn that off, and then do a content size fitter, preferred size. No. I do not fucking get it. I do not fucking get it. Search something else. Unity Text Mesh Pro. In layout gets resized. Actually, hang on. Let me look at this one more time. Let me look at this one more time. Here, Singer Buckle Third Deer. I am struggling with Unity. It is doing something very stupid that I cannot get it to stop doing. And the docs don't help, and Google isn't helping. Using auto sizing in a Text Mesh Pro text block. No, because that's something different. I don't think this fits what I'm looking for. So just, and I don't know if third tier is familiar with Unity, but the problem that I'm having is I want to be able to have the yeah, check what's going on here. I wanted to not do this, basically. C# but not really Unity. Right. I wanted to prioritize fitting the content of these buttons over fitting the content of these, because then it just squishes the fucking text. It does this. It just pushes in the margins, even though we have padding here. And it's supposed to be fitting this text. And if we get rid of the garbage here, everything looks fine. There's 8 pixels of padding here. There's 8 pixels of padding here. But the moment, even if I check auto size on these, it still takes size from things that aren't auto sizing. Which is irritating. To a Mo guy and Fat Apple. Congrats. It's aggravating that I have no way to make specific things still size to its internal contents, but not resize any fucking more than that. And honestly, I'm tired of looking at it. So should just make everything auto-size? That's the problem! Everything is auto-sizing. I want it to only auto-size certain things. But the way that layout groups work, it is an all or fucking nothing ordeal. Apparently. And there is no fucking way for it to not do that. Which is kind of pissing me off. Would you like some head pats? I would like some head pats. This is quite frustrating.
Head pats incoming.
Thank you for head pats. Hang on. Scale changes the text object with its appearance. I love there's a typo here. Internal update. I don't know if that's going to help what I want it to do. Just help behavior and how you're feeling characters. What does that mean? Wait. That's not changing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I might have found it. Turn that one off. Turn this one off. Start typing in this. Fuck! It didn't work. It's still resizing the buttons. Son of a bitch! Why? How come that worked for the other texts? Unless... No, because it's still doing that. It's still changing the size of these texts when it doesn't have auto size. No, I don't. Turn auto size off. Apply to upgrade that. No. Yeah, alignment's not gonna help. That's just gonna make that problem worse. That doesn't seem to work. Because again, it changes size when I type more things into here. But then it kind of goes fucking off. Like it's reading some other value for the text size. Like it's reading some other value. No, that didn't do it. I thought that might have been it, but no. Escape characters, yeah. Extra padding does nothing. Layout priority does nothing. Try another Google. Hang on there, yeah. Problem is that text size is resizing rect transform, which is wrong. Rect size should be fixed, and text should adjust to width and height of that rect. removing the layout component doesn't do anything either. I wonder. If I pull you out. No, it's still doing that. I'm not even sure if this is actually what I'm looking at, though. Yeah. I'll pull this over here, because I was reading this, and this guy seems to have a similar issue, but I'm actually not entirely sure. As it stands, this one guy has, like, bad English. And then, yeah, because this person's like, oh, just set preferred width, but I don't want a fixed width on it. Code Kid, is this really the right time for cheese? Hang on. And they're also talking about some sort of bug, but this is from 2019. Like, clearly the preferred width is working. Essentially, the text mesh pro texts have a preferred width, but I don't think that's gonna help either. I think that's just going to make these things flat. Yeah, that's just going to do that. That doesn't help. No. I do not get how to do this. And I think at this point I give up. I fucking give up. I'm gonna figure it out some other fucking day. Maybe this is... doesn't help either. The thing is that, like, if we want these to still resize, in theory, we could put on content size fitters on these and then tell the interact prompt container to stop controlling width. The problem with that is that then the interact prompt and the second interact prompt no longer change width when they're sized. And then in theory, you would do a change width thing on this, except then you run into the problem of it now just wants to outrun and it's not going to auto size. That's like the only thing you can potentially think of. I actually, like, just to kind of simulate this happening, content size fitter, preferred size, and then same on you. Actually need to, like, remove this. Content size fitter, preferred size. So that now changes that, but then the thing lags. And also, again, that means that these don't change, but, like, in theory, we put content size fitters on these. But then, like, it doesn't adjust the positions of this correctly. So that is not a solution. And honestly, I give up. We've been at this. We've been down this stupid fucking rabbit hole all day. I'm gonna call it good for now. I'll call in Olivia, see if she can figure it out. Although I think she's just gonna throw her hands up at the same time. So she's not exactly as proficient with the UI. Like, I consider myself to be decently proficient with UI. And even then, I still just have significant fucking problems with how Unity wants to do this shit. Actually, don't need a can't do button on this, because that's not going to get disabled. In fact, I'm not sure if I can think of a situation in which we can't pick up a weapon. I think actually there may potentially be, if the weapon we're currently on has some sort of thing that it needs to finish, it might lock our... Actually, I think in that case, it's going to end up locking our interact, I think. And in that case, it will actually not show this at all. This only shows if it is the active interact. But yeah. We'll either show pickup weapon here, or we will show place current weapon. And these English titles, or these English strings, fit, but just barely. And we're gonna run into the stupid fucking problem. We are going to run into this stupid problem. And I really hate it. I really hate that I do not have a way of addressing that. And it's going to drive me insane. I'm just gonna move on with it. I'm just gonna move on with it. I'm just gonna move on with it. Just gonna move on with it. Pissed off. I'm gonna actually need to set up some placeholder localizations for those two. I need to make sure that they're in the localization table. I am putting interact fonts in here, so I do need to put it in here then. Because I need to do, Oh, I have it like this, but I actually kind of don't want that to be like that. Obviously, there's no fucking room on that thing. And honestly, as we've kind of already just demonstrated, even if we separate those out into their own things, it's still gonna end up resizing the stupid fucking button that we don't want it to resize. Unless I have one idea that is a good compromise. Maybe. Probably not, though. Layout element. Preferred width, 0. Flexible width, 1. And then, same for you. Interestingly enough, once again, it's like, it gives it 178 width, and gives the other prompts 178 width. I see. It's the same width. It does not look like the same width. But whatever. Now that still does this, where it now no longer resizes on those. I don't know. I would have to, like, write my own fucking layout component to fix it. I think that's just gonna be what we end up doing for it. So we are gonna go into this, and we'll replace these things. Actually, you know what? We can just separate these out into things. I'm just gonna do that because it's the more foolproof way of setting this up. Copy component. Paste it into this thing. I do want the second internet container to be placed on top. And then we do need a layout element to set min height 30, preferred height 30. We want it to be up because that's where the details are. And then here's how we do this. Preferred width, flexible width, preferred width 0. And then same with you. Preferred width 0, flexible width 1. And so now what's going to happen is when this is going to say replace operator 45 with gun that has a really long name and shit. So then it doesn't fucking resize the stupid button prompt at all. Instead, it resizes the thing first. You know how we're doing that? By setting the preferred width to 0, and then making it flexible width, which is not what it should be like. And for now, I'm just gonna leave it that way. It's honestly better that way because, again, if we are gonna set it up so that it says replace X with Y, I think I do actually prefer equip this and then replace X with Y. I would actually kind of just prefer that. So instead, it would also say equip weapon. I actually don't need this. This kind of assumed that the interact prompt was separate, but since the interact prompt is now part of it, we'll actually do that. Also, I have to change it to be like this, since we're not doing that. All right. Honestly, I probably actually am going to get rid of the free tag on that. I think in general, weapons are probably going to be the only thing that is a replace action. There is also a chance that I might have I'll see down the line. I am considering the idea of giving the player one singular slot of item that they can sell, or weapon that they can sell. That way they don't have to, like, put down a weapon they want to keep to pick up a weapon that they want to sell. But also, I think selling might be... No, because there are several effects that I had that involve sell value. I do want that. So we'll have to consider that. I don't think I would let the player sell a gun anywhere. I think the player has to take a weapon to a vendor to sell it. I don't think they can just sell it off the floor. Like, I think Gunfire Reborn lets you do that now, where you can just sell weapons off the floor. I kinda don't want to do that. In fact, actually, I think the opportunity cost of just having to drag that weapon with you kind of makes sense, honestly. But I would need to figure out some button prompt that you would have to do in order to pick the weapon up. Could also make it a rare or legendary contraption that lets you sell it. But again, the thing is that, like, the secondary interact button will be for toggling details on this. And then I'm not going to add a third fucking button to this. That just seems a little cumbersome. It seems a little cumbersome, right? Maybe. Because here's the thing. Let's look at our controls, right? I pick up my controller. And can I just, like, expand all here? I really wish I could just expand all. If I did that. Nope. I really wish they would let you just expand all, instead of having to do this individually. I will actually do switch to controller. That way you can see it. So, go over our things. So, right stick press is for controller center crosshair, so we can't use that. Left stick press is very easy to click, is the problem. Because, like, here's an idea, right? Have it work like Minecraft carry-on mod. You pick up an item, and then you can take that item with you through rooms. But you can only pick up one item, and then you have to put the item down in order to use your weapons or abilities. That's the idea. You can interact with objects, but you cannot pick up weapons. Because you're currently holding something, and you're not holding your weapon. That's kind of the idea. D-pad up is inventory. Wait. Why do I have D-pad up as inventory? Yeah, D-pad right and left is weapon switch. Which I could switch it up onto D-pad equips different weapons, but eh. Because you'll have at most 4 weapons. Interact is button west. That means it is square or X on Xbox. In theory, we could do left stick click plus X to pick up. And we can call it carry, right? We can call it, so instead of equip weapon, we push a modifier button of some sort, and it becomes carry weapon, right? That'll be the idea. And I think that is a good quality of life thing, is being able to carry one item through you between rooms, at a time. so that you're not swapping weapons and having to remember to go pick up your actual weapon from where you left it. That would be the idea, right? And then the thing is that, like, theoretically, the best idea would be a shoulder button, but all the shoulder buttons are bound. Right trigger is primary fire. Left trigger is aim down sights. Right shoulder is quick swap. Wait. Okay, the problem is that on PC, that would be awkward. Because quick switch is middle mouse on PC. By default. So, I don't know. In tactical hits, left shoulder, you don't want to be using that. Right shoulder being quick switch weapon. Because there's no, like, crouch. If there was, like, some sort of crouch button, we could make it work, but there isn't. This isn't a game where you crouch. That's the problem. Like, secondary indirect will be the button that you press to view details of an object on the ground. And D-pad down makes sense for that. That's like, you know, you press down to kind of scroll down type deal. I just don't know what to bind it as if it is going to be left stick click. So I think there still needs to be a button here that is map. I want to be able to expand a map. I could also have that on pause, technically speaking. In fact, actually, yeah, hang on. Mouse and keyboard bind for the secondary interact was left control. What if left control or D-pad down picks the weapon up, but we change details to select? Now, it's always going to be a toggle, right? The idea is supposed to be that you tap left control and that would turn on details for the thing you are currently looking at. It then resets the next time that you look at something else. But for the current thing, it will toggle the extended details. And we might have it so that details is the down button, and then secondary interact is select. Maybe. No, I think the pickup would be better as D-pad down. And details on select. Because the thing is that some people might expect the map to be on select, but I think I do actually want to move the map into start instead. Because that would make sense. Because inventory is D-pad up. And actually, inventory is kind of more like it's a very small inventory window. What it is actually it'll show your currently equipped weapon, and then it'll show all of your all of the hop-ups in your inventory. Pressing up will set you to the menu thing, but the actual menu is going to be kind of small. It's pinned to your character. It shows the current weapon, and then it shows all of your hop-ups. I will also have something that changes to, selecting contraptions to drop contraptions. Possibly. What is button north set to right now? North is super. Right. And then dodge is on X. Interact is on square. Reload's on circle. Might be something that I end up bouncing off of Olivia on figuring out how to bind that. I gotta figure out some way to bind that isn't, kind of awkward. In fact, I will go ahead and make a Trello card for that in planning. Carry on one item at a time. Needs some sort of modifier button to activate, but I do not know what to make that. Controller mapping is pretty dense at the moment. I feel like the game is starting to get too many buttons. I'll bounce it off of Olivia. You could theoretically do, move the abilities to a modifier button, maybe? So for example, X normally is dodge, and we could do, if I hold a button and press X, then it instead does the tactical, which makes sense for a lot of the tacticals because they're kind of proto-dodges with other effects. And then, maybe circle is normally reload, so modifier button plus circle could be super. That could be an idea. That's not a bad idea. Might actually throw that in there. What if we move abilities to a modifier itself? I.e. In fact, we could use the same modifier. Hold on. I might have just figured it out. Mod plus A. I'm going to use Xbox mapping because most people are using Xbox mapping. Equals tactical. Mod plus B equals super. And then mod plus X carry. That might be it. That might be it. That might be the play. I will run it by Olivia. One of the things I do need to figure out is how does that translate across to keyboard? That so I would like to keep the controller mapping customizable, right? But like keyboard mouse does not need that kind of binding. Keyboard mouse does not need like it would be very awkward for a keyboard to have modifier keys like that, right? Normally the way that would work is mouse keyboard, interact is on E. If we theoretically had the modifier on left control, control E to dodge sounds terrible. And I like dodge on space instead. So I'll go over it with Olivia, see if she knows if there's a smart way to set up how keyboard bindings and controller bindings differ from each other in the idea of having modifier buttons. But I think it would make a lot of sense if we had a modifier button to pick up carry weapons, and carry items specifically. And that being on PC, it would be a modifier button. On PC, what's shift used for? Shift, 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 shift. There is no shift. Shifty is doable, but it's not a good dodge button. You want to have full access to WASD whilst pressing dodge. That's kind of the part of the dodge. Part of the way that dodge works. And the idea would be that for controller, the modifier button would be a shoulder. Specifically, tactical kit's currently on left shoulder. The idea would be left shoulder plus X now does super. Left shoulder plus X now does tactical kit. Left shoulder plus circle now does super. That would be the idea. And that's not a bad idea, honestly. It's probably comfortable enough as is. But I will definitely have to ask Olivia how she would set up that kind of thing. Also, oh hey look, I fucked this up. Save your pro call, Nana. Welcome. What you working on? I am working on Toaster Gun. It is a top-down shooter roguelike type game. Let me fix this one error, and I will actually show you what's going on. We actually have a style data cache reference here in the overlay info, so pass that in there. Cool. Okay. Not that that part needs it, but it'll be useful. Alright. Yeah, we're not done with weapon target overlay just yet, but we haven't added it yet. There's no script for it, so it is just going to hang out like there. I'm actually going to turn the shielding off on that door. Just so that it makes a little bit more sense. I'm going to turn shielding off on that, so we can actually see the title. But, obviously, very early dev. Also, I forgot to fix the scaling, but it's fine. But it's top-down shooter roguelike type game. Very inspired by a handful of things. Like, the most obvious, like, references is going to be, like, Slay the Spire, Isaac, Gunfire Reborn, Gungeon. Those are going to be pretty obvious. Then there's also slight stylings of blueprints in there, which I'm excited to set up the stuff that does that. Not necessarily in the same way of, like, you place the rooms. It is still going to be the level is generated for you type deal, but I want to have some, like, vaguely blueprints-esque puzzles going on in some of it. Also, ignore the fact that this pistol is turned sideways. It's a problem with that pistol specifically. But there's this pistol, which I really like how it came out. Volley sidearm. There is actually, like, a lock-on system, which I'm probably the only top-down shooter game doing this. So when I'm aiming down sights, that's what the camera zooming in is. I'm aiming down sights. Obviously, I don't have animations yet. I just have beam. When I aim down sights, the cursor will actually snap to an enemy. And I'm actually planning on making it so that if you flick the cursor like this, it will tab target to another enemy, like, in that direction. I'm hoping for that kind of concept. But I can go ahead and shoot that target dummy down. And then there's a door here. You see here, it's going to lead to an encounter room, level 4. And I can enter the room. And I'm going to take up this melee enemy. I'm going to bounce up. Use the thing for that. There we go. Got rid of him. AI is still kind of a work in progress, but I'm surprised that it works as well as it does. That's the general idea. And today I'm working on making one of those... The overlay that you saw for the door is also something that I need to set up for weapons, which is what I'm working on currently, is a equivalent of that for weapons. So let me get back to that prefab. On this. As previously, I spent like an hour and a half struggling with Unity being very stupid when it comes to trying to resize Text Mesh Pro objects. How long have you been working on this? 6 months, about, I want to say. Hasn't been as fast. That's like 6 months of like hard dev work, whereas the actual planning of this goes back about a year. I've been like considering making this for a while, and I'm technically also putting another project plan on the back burner to do this one, mostly because I feel like this has lower stakes and I could get this out on the market, whereas the other game is way too ambitious for its own good, unfortunately. And so that's what I'm trying to work on this, where it's going to have a you know, more simple art style. Just don't get me wrong, I think it's going to be a great art style. Just, you know, I was trying to do all sorts of PBR and stuff for Jack Schmidt, because I wanted it to look like, you know, Half-Life 2. And I also wanted it to have good voice acting, and I was just like, I don't actually have the resources for any of this. Just started a game like 5 months ago. I almost had the same birthday. Oh, neat. Yeah. It might not be exactly the same. I'd have to go take a look. It might have actually been that I started it partway at the end of 2024. But I feel like I think it was probably the beginning of 2025. I feel like if I actually find out what the answer is, I'm going to be very disappointed that I haven't been moving that fast. Alright. Yeah, nice to meet you, Ayunima. What's the game that you're working on? If you don't mind me asking. It was nice to meet a fellow game dev. Alright, where was I? So after I've hemmed and hawed about all of the bullshit of how Unity wants to treat the thing, the main thing that I need to do is... what I actually want is... I'm throwing a UI image in here. I'm going to call this... flavor text separator. For now, I'm just going to make it a little block. I do need a layout element because I'm not going to put a sprite in it. Very ambitious Metroidvania about a spider who can climb the walls and ceilings right off the bat. Interesting, interesting. I'd say mine's still kind of ambitious as it stands. I am writing a whole new, with multiple systems to do the level generation. It is procedural generation, but boy howdy, is it gonna be something? Set min and preferred height. Actually gonna uncheck that so I can then do here 5. Can I turn gizmos off? I guess 2 is the way to go for that. Alright. Preferred height 2. I feel you on that. Far from a Steam page or anything. Yeah. Sure, honestly. Let me permit you real quick. So my, automod doesn't bap you. Let me know if you need more time than that, though. And I want to change this. I'm just going to reuse this color that I'm using for the label text. So you put it up here. I'm going to actually duplicate this effect text. Call this flavor text. This is what God would use to shoot somebody, just as a huge little thing. Let's take a... Oh, it wants me to download the video. It wants me to download the video. You want to just, like, hop into the Discord to share that instead? Because it does not want to embed in my browser properly. I know it'll probably embed properly in Discord. Hopefully. The idea is actually, I want this to be italics. And then I want it to be slightly grayed out, so you kind of recognize that this is flavor text. Like that. You're at max Discord servers? I didn't even know there was a fucking maximum. Holy shit. How the hell? I did not even know there was a maximum. How many am I in? I wonder if I can tell somewhere. As it stands, they're all organized into groups that are all named. There's 6 in that one. 17 in that one. I can't count all of these. It's taking way too much. Max is 100 without Nitro. How are you in 100 servers? That just, I would not. I would die. Sure. we'll see it. Ooh, neat. Got, like, dynamic IK on it. That does look pretty decent. It's a little snappy, but kind of works that way. You get some, like, interpolation on that. Could totally work. Oh, and you got the web swinging? Interesting. Cute. That's neat looking, yeah. Can't believe you call that spider a placeholder. Unless it's like the level design is placeholder, in which case that's fine, but yeah. A lot of streamer friends. I mean, so do I! Okay, I'm a little bit more choosy with my streamer friends, but so do I! Also, send your profile, Felix. I'm gonna see you in here too. Yeah, and if you're interested in seeing more of this project, or the other shit that I do on a daily, weekly basis, definitely drop a follow. Tried interpolating legs, they just like they were wobbling back and forth, so I went back to snappy. Interesting. Spider is the one non-placeholder in that video? Oh, gotcha. A lot of it's honestly looking pretty good already. Okay. Yeah, there was something I was going to screw with, but I think I'm fine now. Why does Unity keep doing this? Why is Unity always doing this? But yeah, if I have more things in the flavor text, it will just start expanding it. I kind of want to reduce line spacing a little bit. -15 seems about right. I want to do that on the flavor, on the effect text too. Probably want to make sure that the door is also set up that way. Yeah, tell me about it, Felix. I was having some issues earlier where I couldn't get it to respect one... I wanted both of these, the toggle details and equip weapon, to be part of one layout object, but when I did that, whenever the prompts would start getting too big for this space, it would start changing the size of the keybind thing. And I could not figure out a way to get it to not do that. Also, I need like a button that just spits out a specific length of lorem ipsum text. And no, not AI, not fucking ChatGPT. I mean, just like a button that spits out a certain length of lorem ipsum text from like the full lorem ipsum, bacon ipsum? With bacon ipsum. Interesting. Nah, I don't need something like that. I just need a set that looks clearly like it is supposed to be placeholder text that is also a certain length. I feel like this would look... This just looks weird. This just looks weird to me. It looks weird to me. It is... Oh, I need plugin. Yeah. Alright, you get some food. I can also just look up lorem ipsum. It's like, I don't want to have to Google this, is the thing. I don't need a page describing what lorem ipsum is. I just need the lorem ipsum. There it is. I need to do like the first 2 sentences here. And there we go. Wow, that is a long lorem ipsum. I did not realize it'd be that long. Flavor text should not be longer than 2 lines. This is about how long the longest flavor text in the game is. Probably. In fact, it shouldn't even be that long. I will say, I might start setting some of this up as a variant of the target overlay info card, specifically for equipables. I might start doing that here. Alright. Specify X number of paragraphs, words, bytes, etc. Yeah, but I would like to just have it kind of as a window in Unity would be nice, I think. Anyways. What I want is... I do need to start figuring out how we're displaying weapons. Probably start with the weapon textures. There's actually several things I do still want to put on here. The most important things are tags. We actually go look. Let me go look at weapons here. So they can have, I think, up to 4 tags is reasonable. I should not need 5 tags. I have a 5 tag thing here. I know why though, because it's dual damage type. It's also dual weapon type. You know what happens when I wonder if we could use a grid. So I want to see if we can try something. Can I create an empty here? That's not where I wanted to create that empty. I want to create the empty here. I'm gonna call this tag container. And then I'm going to go in here. Let me go to UI. No? It's in layout, I'm guessing. I'm actually not sure if grid is going to do what I want it to. I want to make something where we have fixed width of blocks, and then the blocks, like the text, like keywords is essentially the idea. And the idea would be like it looks literally like this, where the if it's too long for the line, then it just goes onto a new line. The problem is I'm not sure if grid is going to do that. I think grid is going to have like a fixed cell size. Which I don't think is going to help. Ah. Gee, this would be a great time for CSS. I just got done arguing with somebody over whether or not I need access to CSS in a fucking game project, and here I am, staring directly at a problem that would be fixed with CSS. I hate it. I hate it. It would just work. Unless there is a way to set up like a style in TextMesh Pro. TextMesh Pro. Do like a style sheet here. Actually, you know what? I probably just want to go to find docs for... Yep. It's character spacing. Is there, like, a thing where I could put a box around it? Right, that's for that. What's page? Is there page breaks into your text? Interesting. Yeah, this just puts the sprite into the middle of the text. And that kind of doesn't do what I want to. Unfortunately, yeah, style seems to only reference this, and all it is just a set of tags that are kind of syntactical sugar, which doesn't help. To do what I want it to do. How would I do that, then? The only way I could think of to do that is through, like, my own custom thing, which I really don't want to have to do. But I would prefer to have them kind of box each of the keywords, is the thing. But I think for now, the only way I could get this to work is to just have the keywords be there in text and just separated by, like, vertical pipes, probably. Have it be larger text, but you can mark it with an overlay, but that's kind of just a highlight. That's an overlay, too, which is weird. And it doesn't let you do, like, a texture. I just don't think I can find... anything that'll work for this. But I would like to have that in the future. So I don't think I can create any sort of thing in the font asset. That wouldn't work. Once again, this is a thing that would be easy to do with CSS. This is a thing I know how to do with CSS. I've had to learn CSS recently. For reasons. I may or may not be setting up a, archive of our own archive of our own work skin, that emulates the text conversations from a certain gacha game. I definitely haven't done that recently. That's definitely not the CSS experience I have. Definitely not. Totally not. I'm realizing that this is hiding style data, so I will actually get rid of that. Because that's not necessary. We'll just pull style data from the base class of this. Awesome. Because that's probably the most important thing. That's fine. In fact, we just fix that, I think. Pretty sure we're working. I mean, if I hit play, yeah, it doesn't, like, fail to start. This is also working fine. Anyways. Yeah, for now, I'm gonna make sure I have a Trello card here talking about this. For now, it's just going to be text, but I really want to fix that. Figure out how to have nicer weapon keyword displays. Goddess, damn, it would be so easy with CSS. But I'm the dumbass dev who insisted that CSS has no place in a game dev project. So let me clarify this a little bit more. I want the keywords of the weapon to be surrounded crafted by a 9-slice box to make it look nice. But I also want to have that keyword list wrap and extend its size on layout cards. Problem is there is no component in Unity that does that. Once again, would be easy if I had CSS. I would like to also discuss that with you. How am I doing on time? Man, I have gotten jack shit done all stream for 4 fucking hours. Of course. Anyways, so we'll add UI Text Mesh Pro weapon keywords. Placing it here. We'll use aromatics. So, for example, the one that we saw, the example of a gun that had 5 tags. Where is that? A marksman shotgun, lethal energy charging. Are all the tags on that. Everything else just has 4. And again, the big thing with this is that it does need charging. Because it is a charge weapon. I actually need more charge weapons in this game in general. And the thing is that the tag system, the keyword system, also describes what kind of hop-ups can be attached to the weapon as well. Granted, there's a possibility that in the future I could just say fuck it and everything equips everything. But if it's a hop-up that affects the charge of a weapon that is charging, in that case it has to kind of be considered. So yeah, like marksman shotgun. It should only ever have the way that we do want this to work is that it should only ever have up to 2 type tags, such as marksman and shotgun. Heavy and support is okay. Like, most of the time you'll see heavy support. And that's usually for, like, an LMG. Like, a big LMG. Or big machine gun. Heavy machine gun, even. And then... you could also see, like... support explosive, potentially. You feel violent and aggressive? Look at the group chat. I have so much on the group chat to catch up. Oh my gosh, I haven't even gotten to whatever you just shared. Thank you, Pets. I'm frustrated right now, so maybe this is a good distraction for morale. I haven't even gotten to whatever the hell it was you were trying to share, and I'm already getting distracted by that first thing you posted. That's good. All of the canned cocktail maker High Noon is warning customers that some of its vodka seltzers were accidentally labeled as Celsius energy drinks. It's kind of funny. But where's... I unfortunately can't see that Tumblr because I cannot pull up videos right now. Okay. You tagged that as saying, hang on deleting Hannah, but you're also deleting me. Alright, I'm good now. Celsius thing is so funny, it is very funny. Oh, yeah, no, we're big fans of Undernight here. Shush, Yummy. I'm gonna bap you. Bap. Go back. Alright. Okay, good luck with work. Now, I could separate them out into each of the kind of like category of tag. So like there would be, you know, up to 2 tags of weapon types, such as, you know, heavy support or marksman shotgun, which is funny that there's a marksman shotgun in the game. That's the CAS 12, because it's based off of a gun that I was going to put into Jack Schmidt is the thing. And it is literally just like it's a bit of a mock, because it's not called the CAS 12, it's called the CAS 12 single take. It is a play on the double take and / or triple take of Titanfall and Apex fame. And it takes that concept and then applies it to a single-barreled break-action shotgun that also has like a electromagnetic accelerator attachment, essentially. So it takes a 12-gauge shell, and then it makes the bullet go fast. Pellets, really. That's the whole bit behind it. And then the idea would be that it's a charging weapon. Also, considering how little I actually plan on making most weapons charging, I may also just not have that tag and not have hop-ups that attach to it, or that deal with charging, just because I might end up making that might end up being too niche of a mechanic to dedicate hop-ups to it. I don't know. I will think about it. Yeah. The nameplate text is size 32 max. Make this like 24 seems about right. I think these keywords might end up having like different colors to each of them, depending. I need actually some sort of like indicator that it is a preferred tag for the character as well. For now I'm just gonna do like dark saturated green. And then we do, for example, marksman, shotgun, lethal, energy, charging. Which is quite a few things. But also I'm noticing that the, if I put anti-material... I may also put, Nober, I think is the tag. Nober. Yes. I want to make sure that each of the keywords has Nober on it. Because, for example, if I reorder this... then material gets broken up. But if I put Nober... then it doesn't get broken up. So we'll need to make sure that that happens. Type deal. And I think what might be done is for a tag... I'm actually gonna back this off and then do... when a tag is a affinity tag, your character has affinity for it. Also, I might do margins on this, actually. Do like a 4 margin on that. To give it a little bit more space. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good right there. I think the way that we're going to do it temporarily, until I get... until I figure out how I'm going to do a system where they can be put into little boxes without doing CSS. Who knows how that's going to work. Until then, what I could do is, if it is a tag, then we do underline. Like that. We may also change the color. The thing is, I don't want to rely on changing color. Also, I'm realizing I lost my YouTube chat. There we go. I don't want to rely on color because color blindness is a thing. We can put color in there just to mark it as being, you know, for example, like, if I actually change it so that, I'm actually have them all be blue by default, and then equals green. Oh, interesting. It didn't make the underline green. That's interesting that it behaves that way. That's cute. I might, you know, oh. Of course. I'll have to think about that. That's an interesting way of setting that up. Yeah, so you do something like this. And then you'll still have the underline there. Let me get rid of the grid. Let me get rid of the grid. That's... How do I get rid... Oh, there it is. There we go. I'd say that's noticeable enough. Once again, it would be nice to have the setup that I want to do, which is to have them in boxes, and then we can put icons in the boxes. We put like a little star that goes to the left of the text, if it is a affinity tag. For now, it's just gonna be like this. And honestly, what we could do is for the non-expanded thing, for the non-expanded version, just this is probably enough. And then we can add in, when we are expanding it, we can also add in a couple of values. I probably want to do like a sprite sheet, honestly, for text, so you can put in the icons for this, which should just be like rate of fire, damage. What other values? Yeah, like fire rate, damage, ammo capacity, and reload. And also crit. Which can put one line that'll be the damage, ROF, we can put just the damage because these tags will tell you, and then the effect text will tell you how the damage works. You can kind of assume from that what damage it's dealing. The damage rate of fire, and then reload speed capacity. Then below that, we will have crit rate and crit percent. Possibly also sell value somewhere in there. You could start doing definitely have a style sheet for this. We're doing like this, we want to put, you know, color green hue. The color green underline will be for, you know, if it is marked as favorite, and then everything else will have keyword not favorite as a style, where it's just the blue color here. And then from there, we can then do like new line here. I'm gonna whip up some placeholders. Let me whip up some placeholders real quick. Well, height 32. How many do we want? If I do damage, rate of fire, ammo capacity, reload speed. Actually, look at this. damage, fire rate, ammo capacity, reload speed, crit chance, crit bonus. Possibly also radius for explosive weapons. That is 7. $32 times 7. 224. Alright. Configure grid. 32 by 32. And then show grid. Transparency. And I am gonna really just man, how do you represent damage? I am probably just gonna put like a sword, even though that doesn't make sense for guns. What kind of icon says bullet damage? What kind of icon would do that? Like a bullet hole? Actually, a bullet hole might make sense. A baseball? I don't think that works either. As it stands, that implies a different stat entirely. It implies, like, projectile velocity. Oh, there is also, like a muzzle flash kind of also makes sense. But I think bullet hole also makes sense. So it'll be, like, this... that stray pixel up. Something like that. Actually. That looks kind of garbage. Try and do this a little bit smarter. Do like a few spikes out. Yeah. I am also a giant fan of Mega Man. Mega Man X is my favorite game of all time. So I'm glad that you're jamming to that music. True. Very true. That probably communicates it well enough, actually. If I just fill in these holes here, give it a little bit more depth. Technically speaking, you know what else kind of works is like a blood drop would probably also work as a damage icon. Probably expand this out a little bit. And here, erase that. Yeah, that kind of works actually. Actually going to kind of shape this spike a little bit better. Fatten this side up. There we go. As it stands, I'm just making a placeholder, but I do want this to be like as readable as possible. Is kind of the more important thing. Let me actually try. I'm gonna get something on my monitor. I need to clean up. Let me clean your monitor, man. Shouldn't be spending too much time with this placeholder. That's good enough for now. Like a rate of fire icon. I'm seeing a lot of fire icons, not actually rate of fire icons. I think in general, I probably just want, like, I'd imagine just 3 bullets here. It's like, boop. Boop. And then just make it a little bit clearer that these bullets. And that kind of also works just as a placeholder, but I do want this to be a little bit more defined. To be clear. I probably do actually want them to be like just slightly angled down. Kind of makes them look better. So I'll do something like that. Yeah, I like that. And possibly actually make the bottom one angled more up. Yeah. Cut this a little bit more. So now it looks like 2. Maybe I actually want that to be cut. I actually just cut that. That's decent enough. Alright. Fuck, you know what I'm missing? Accuracy. That is actually what I'm missing. More specifically, the way that I'm going to work it is accurate range. Which means for that, I can definitely do, like, a ruler, I think makes sense. Do something like this. I mean, crosshair would also work. In fact, I probably do want a crosshair. And for that, I'm not gonna mess around. Something like this. Even though we represent accuracy in a different way in my games, this is probably the clearest. Symbol for people to recognize. Alright, so that's accuracy. The fire rate. Ammo capacity. I'm gonna draw the crappiest Stenag you have ever fucking seen. Oh my goodness, it's even worse than I thought. And then draw bullets inside of it. Honestly, that's readable enough as ammo capacity. Clip it and fucking ship it. Reload speed, I am just going to do like a refresh circle. Shrink by 5. Yeah, and actually, instead, here, and then shrink by 5. Delete. More pixels from this. Honestly, probably just do cut that, and then move these across That's reload time. But I can make it even clearer. Hopefully that's the center, right? I do a shorthand, and I do a longhand. There we go. Ow, fuck. Could put a couple dots here and there. Yeah, it looks better without the dots. Alright, that's reload time. Our radius. And for that, I'm actually going to do... I'm going to go back on the ruler idea. I put it at the bottom here. And then I just have, like, a nuclear explosion in the middle. Sharpen. I should just be using control, comma to fill in. Still looks a little funky. Hang on. Yeah, okay. I think what we want is trim this. Have this come down like that. Yeah, it's starting to look better. Trim those pixels. Cool, cool. Actually, could have this and then trim these pixels. Getting somewhere, we're getting somewhere. And then I want to cut this. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Could even do that. Yeah, okay, that works. Probably make the center a little bit thinner. Push the outer pixels in a bit more. There we go. Cool. I may actually resize this a bit. Or bring in 1 pixel on either side. That'll work. I'm also going to bring the whole assembly down by 1 pixel. Alright. Shouldn't be spending too much time on these placeholders, right? Alright. So for crit, I'm going to have a head. Hopefully this looks like a head. Except then this kind of thing going on. Just want to do that. Yeah, there we go. And then off to the side of it.
I guess he's after Metal Gear? History repeats itself. Metal Gear has enough strategic clout to upset the balance of military power overnight. Like you said, history repeats itself.
Do that to begin with.
Some people never change.
Both of you are just weapons to be used and thrown away.
Cut this off.
Weapons to be used on the battlefield.
And a weapon has no right to think
I'll
for
keep
itself.
that too.
Now,
Stop it. I'm not a weapon.
And then we just do this sort of thing. That looks like a percent symbol. Maybe not quite. Yeah, so I might need to do that then. Where I move this. Like that. That looks good enough. Then I actually am going to copy this over. Oops. To put it here. But then this version will have this in here. Because this is going to be the bonus, the multiplier, essentially. Yeah, that's recognizable. Actually, I wonder if I can make it into like a 6-pointed asterisk, maybe. I might try a 6-pointed asterisk, actually. if I should do that just with this. Not quite. All I need to do is come through here. It's like the sort of center here, and I need to do like a 2x slope here. Let's see kind of what kind of Y level we're seeing here. 16. This is up to 16 already. Not sure if this is going to work out the way I want it to. I need to settle for, like, 2 pixels wide. Yeah, that works well enough. So let me look up. Asterisks are more like vertical first, actually. So if I take this and that's not what I wanted to do that with. Take this. Rotate. Oh, yeah, that actually does look quite a bit more like what I want it to look like. Maybe it might not look the clearest at a higher resolution. In fact, I'll probably want to come through and clean up the magazine a little bit here. In fact, I actually could just fill the magazine in. Nope, that does not make it look any more like a magazine. I'm gonna, like, chop this part off. That helps a little bit. It would probably help is also taking this, flipping it horizontal. No. So taking this. Flipping it horizontally. There we go. That's not what I wanted to do. I just, in general, making it smaller could also just be the play. I think it's a little too long. That's slightly better. Honestly, I think that works well enough. Those are readable enough at 2x. We'll see. We'll have to see how Unity displays it at 2x, but sorry, 0.5x technically. All right, I need to stream blur for a sec, so I can export this because I want to go to my documents at first. And then instead, I want it to be weapon attribute icons. Alright. I still need to pull those over though. Budget there. And then I just gotta find that. Put it into the sprite resources folder here. Alright. We do want this to be UI sprite preset, no compression. Probably no filter. We'll try it with no filter, and if it looks weird, let's add a filter on it. And then apply. Open sprite editor. So I do need to set this to multiple sprites. Yes. Grid by cell count, 8. Slice. There we go. And I can name these. Damage. ROF. Accuracy. Capacity. Reload. EXP radius. I'm gonna do all of this and then realize that I need more. We'll find out. Crit chance. And then crit molt. And apply. Awesome. Alright. I'm coming up on time soon. That sucks. Alright. Sprite assets. Text Mesh Pro. Sprite asset. Where's my sprite asset, boy? Hello. Sprite asset. What the fuck? I swear. They make me have to do this for a thing in the folder, and then I still have to move it back to the stupid Text Mesh Pro folder. I hate Text Mesh Pro so much. It figured itself out automatically, though. I like that. I like that it kind of figured itself out immediately. Alright. Do you want to change the names? Because I'm assuming these names get used for the things. Shorten it down to WPN at. Like that. Come on. Really? There we go. Okay. So now... Now we should be able to use that, right? Let's take a look at the docs. Sprite asset into your text. Sprite assets must be located in folder specified in text mesh row settings, which we put it there. Default sprite access by assets by index or by name. Use sprites from a different asset. Specify the asset for accessing the sprites by index. Oh, for fuck's sake. Whatever. Alright, WPN at. I was gonna shorten it there, because otherwise it's gonna be 5 bajillion characters long. And then the idea is that eventually I'm just going to change that. I'll change it to the sprite atlas we want, and then that's just going to change all of those. Hopefully they'll all be in the same position. Okay. Yeah, so we can take color equals hashtag this. Good. Set this to be white. / color. Again, I'll probably end up setting up some style sheets for this. Then we put sprite. How does this go again? Equals asset name. Sprite equals weapon at index equals 0. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. What do you mean? It just keeps giving errors. Awesome. I love it. Can I just do that instead? Does that work? It just doesn't want to work. The moment I do this, Hit bus. If I set it, yeah, it works if I set it to the other thing. The moment I set it to this, it just breaks. Why? What is it missing here? Update sprite asset, maybe? Oh, hang on. That did something here. Clear this real quick. Okay, but for some reason it's also offset weirdly. I don't know why it's doing that. Because clearly it says that they're... Why are the bearings like that? Why are they like this? Yeah, hold on. Why are they all like that? Let's see this real quick. Do full rect on that, see if that fixes it. It's still not working.
No.
Oh, Senior Protocol Titan Seeker, thank you very much for the raid. Oh, hang on. Let me get a shout out for you. Funky time for you to drop in, but it's fine. Shout out Titans C3R. What were you up to? Memory. What is that? I've never heard of that. Sacred Protocol Choto. Good to see you again, too. I'm trying to figure out why the hell I hate Text Mesh Pro with a fucking passion. I'm gonna put this aside for a sec. And show off what we've been working on. Practical NPCs game, you just released it? Oh, neat. But basically Celeste. I see. The game that I'm working on is this. There's the blurb for it. It's a top-down shooter roguelike type ditty. And not a lot of it is up yet, but I have a decent amount of it pretty functional, as you can see. Ignore the fact that that one gun is turned sideways. Replace it with an LE. So a lot of it is kind of working. I can actually go over there and see that. You can lock on to things using the aim down sights button. Or like shooter, yippee. The :Y makes me think that that's a sarcastic yippee. Another game from a friend for me to be absolutely terrible at. Alright, I see. Thank God it has a lock on. Yeah, I'm working on more stuff to make it functional and like a crucial part of the system. Right now, the way it works is that you lock on to enemies and it will keep the cursor on them. And I'm planning on making it so that if you flick the cursor, you'll notice it does have like a little bit of a thing. You can like break the thing by moving your mouse enough. But the way I want to set it up is that if you flick it, it'll like tab target to another nearby enemy. That's what I'm planning on doing. But right now it is mostly just, it contains within that. But yeah, I like how that's set up. And that will definitely make things a little bit better. Ooh, we got a lucky crit there. Actually, I think Ellie does have a base 25, so... Yeah, we've also got a brick. I can throw bricks at people. Very important that we can throw bricks at people. Celebrate history. Celebrate history by throwing a brick at the zombians and then sniping the assault grunts. We've also got special abilities. I think I'm going to start wrapping up stream once I'm done doing demonstrations right now. I've got ability stuff. Bursting through the door is also very juicy. Thank you. Yeah. It is very much by design because we have a bit of a specific way in which the game functions. I jokingly called this Blueprints with Guns. In fact, I actually am just going to... I was jokingly calling it Balatro with Guns before. Now I'm calling it Blueprints with Guns. Because I actually am kind of planning on putting a little bit of like a puzzle strategy kind of thing going on in some parts of the level gen. I have a fairly ambitious procedural generation algorithm that I'm setting up. It's still very much in like framework phase, so it's not fully ready to show off yet, but I have a very, very clear definition of how it's going to work. I'm very excited to get it working once it is ready. But there's also abilities. The plan is, in the future, I want abilities to work off of a stamina system. Or at least specifically, the dodge and the tactical are going to go off of a stamina system. Right now, they are just generic cooldowns, as you can see. If I press C, I jump into the air. That is the special powder shells. This is essentially supposed to be, I don't know if you remember Titan Seeker Toaster Gun, or sorry, Toaster Crash. This is Toaster Gun. Toaster Crash is the Flash game inspired game that I made a while back. This is supposed to be a quote-unquote narrative sequel to Toaster Crash, even though not really, because I actually want this to be a commercial project, and there's a lot of stuff in Toaster Crash I don't actually want to acknowledge. But I'm making a lot of stuff in this game kind of reflect certain things that were in Toaster Crash, such as the first tactical that you get access to is the special powder shells, where she'll blast behind her with a shotgun, so it actually does deal damage, and it also gives plus 50% crit rate whilst in the air. And then obviously I have a dodge move here. I really like how I did the Mega Man X-esque particle effects on that. There's perfect dodging. I'm kind of like making this game kind of almost feel like a character action game is one of the other like design concepts slash pillars. So yeah, you can perfect dodge things and it gives you bonus stuff. Let's try and do that. Let's try and pull that off. See if we can. There we go. So I did that. I got some supercharge, so I can do a super now as well. Super is still kind of buggy, but I did a Kraber kick. It slammed down on the target I was locked onto. It also had a shockwave to it. So yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, I did end up putting Jack Schmidt on the back burner just because my overall ambition for that is a little too high, and I do not have the resources. Like, I might have had the resources a year or two ago, now I definitely don't. So that's why I'm kind of working on something that's a little bit lower stakes, and has a art style that I think will be very achievable for me. So we're doing like low poly, stylized shading on a lot of these things. Make sure you pull down to one of these guns. So this is the Katon starter pistol. This is the it is called the Volley Sidearm. It's based off of the Beretta 93R because it's my favorite pistol. It's got some like custom grips here, but this is like very low poly actually. I click into that, and then I go wireframe. It is very low poly, and a lot of the details are actually just textured on. A lot of the shading is faked, essentially. it is an unlit material. And the idea is that like a lot of things will be unlit materials. Which doesn't mean that the brick does look a little weird when you throw it and then it hits something and then it flips upside down and you see the shaded part of the brick. But it works well enough for me. And then Ellie here is very cool. I like how Ellie came out. Look at her. Look at her. She is gorgeous. And once again, she is very low poly. And I'm like using shading to basically fake geometry where there actually is not geometry at all. It is flat as a pancake, but I used the shading to give it that appearance. And I like how it came out that way. I like how Ellie looks. So yeah. And then like the ration here, this is a healing item. This is money. I did very much base this off of like the money from Man vs. Machine. How you see you do 3D ever? You're much better than I thought. You didn't see the shotgun and SMG models I did for Jack Schmidt? I went fucking hard on those. I'm proud of those. I'm very proud of how the shotgun and SMG turned out in Jack Schmidt. I just can't sit there and do more of that project because I was getting way too big with it. But yeah, and this is obviously a different style because like the SMG and shotgun are more PBR, more physically based, somewhat realistic, whereas these are, you know, much lower poly and stylistic shading type deal. Yeah. I also have art tests of the player character. I don't feel like booting up Blender right now. Actually, I could boot up Blender. I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. I'll show this off real quick. I think I do need to start wrapping up and taking a break. I spent like an hour... I spent like an hour or two of this stream just screaming at Unity because I was having issues trying to get some layout components to behave properly. It's like, yeah, I love working with Unity UI up until I start having to figure out problems with layout components not behaving the way I want it to. If I go look at character model Katon, so here's the Katon model. I need to not be pressing WASD when I'm in Blender. It's always a problem, like going in between Unity and Blender. Yeah. Actually still do need to modify this. So the hands right now are blocks. Like they are blocks. I kind of want to change that to have proper articulated fingers. Very simple articulated fingers. Mostly because I realize I do kind of want some hand gestures to be capable. At least for the player characters. And then for the enemies, I don't really need to work on that. Open recent. Character model Milsim. This is one of the enemies I'm working on. This is Grunts for Less. I still need to do like patches and stuff on it. Yeah, I got like a nice plate carrier model on him. I haven't finished the pants, obviously. He's got like a very, very low poly and low detail, like generic AR-15. I think if pressed, I would say it's a 416 knockoff, but boy, it is kind of just, this is the, you know, sort of like a AR-15. Yeah, and that's kind of the idea, is that like this is not a proper weapon model. It is just a model that is going to be part of a ranged assault grunt guy. You saw him in the project. It's these yellow people are essentially going to be what this is. But I'm happy with how this is coming out, though. I'm really liking how the helmet is working and the shade to this. The intention is that I kind of want to reuse this like base model also for another minion belonging to the Grunts for Less faction, that being the Machete Grunt. I want to like kind of reuse some of this stuff for that. and then he'll have like different armor on to kind of denote him as being like the melee enemy, and then he's just gonna get like a HF machete. I'm thinking like I specifically envision the melee attacker units in Metal Gear Rising is kind of the envision I have for it. Whereas here, this red guy here is actually one of the other enemy factions, the Biostaff. It's actually a Zombians. Although I might change that. I've been kind of... initially, this was supposed to be, like, it's supposed to be Big Idol Corporation, like from Toaster Crash. And I've been convinced by friends to lean away from that concept, and it's more now just big tech corporation that is trying to do evil things and we need to shut it down. That's kind of the idea that's going towards now. And so, therefore, I'm trying to pull all of the, like, streamer and idol jokes out of it and replace it more with general disdain towards big tech corporations. Instead of, we hired homunculi of people to be the audience of our streamers. That's definitely not a joke that will go over great with many people. So that's definitely part of it. But yeah, and then so like for those, it'd just be, you know, general zombies. But I've got extensive documentation on a lot of the stuff that's going to be in this game. Because that's what I said before, too. The other person who checked in, Ayunima, is that I've been working on this game for about 6 or 7 months. But in terms of concepting it and documenting it and writing stuff down for it, that's been possibly at least a year. I've had the concept for this pretty early in 2024, but it was always kind of just like, this might be a side project when I get to 1,000 followers. And then now it's kind of just like, you know what, this could actually be a better main project. It is a lower stakes and more reasonable to achieve type of game. And could be very high return. Yeah, thank you. I've been at 1,000 for a while, and it's very much slowed down past 1,000. Of course, yeah. Yeah, I jokingly said that it's a blueprints with guns. And so, like I said, generally speaking, the level design system and the level procedural generator will generate stuff that's gonna look very much like Enter the Gungeon's design, but with a few caveats. I'm actually not doing like hallways because I want there to be a very specific officialization of a player moving into a room, as well as certain other things moving into a room. More on that later. And so therefore, I'm trying to make it more like we want to connect rooms together, and all rooms are actually going to be way more flexible than just having a specific layout. And then hopefully I'll have that system to be able to link up more rooms together in a big old chunk to make navigation kind of interesting. And I've got several other things that I'm going to be handling. So, obviously there's going to be different types of rooms. You know, there's going to be rooms in which we have encounters, rooms in which we have shops, rooms in which we have treasure. And one of the cool things that I'm working on is that one of the big wrinkles in the progression of the game. So, obviously, the goal of the level, similar to Gungeon, is you have to get to the boss at the end of the level. And then there are going to be 3 levels. There's technically the first 2 levels have a boss. The third level, you actually fight on a Akira elevator in something very similar, a bit of a send up to Metal Gear Solid 1. And then once you get to the top, you have one more shop, and then you fight the final boss. That's kind of the flow of the game. And then in each floor, what's gonna happen is that in each floor there will be 3 key cards. Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, I think is gonna be how I name it. Just because, you don't want to use colors, because color blindness is a thing. So it's Alpha, Bravo, Charlie. Technically, it's, red, green, blue is going to be the colors for it, but they're also going to be specifically called out as Alpha, Bravo, Charlie for that sort of accessibility reason. And so various doors will be locked behind keycards. I don't think I'm going to necessarily make the main path to get to the boss. The boss should still be accessible regardless of which keycard you have. Although I think I might still make it so that one keycard can potentially be required to access, and that'll specifically be keycard Alpha. They're actually kind of on tiers with each other, essentially, is the general concept of it. The idea is supposed to be that, you usually can get to keycard Alpha very easily as, a specific balancing thing, so that I can potentially use keycard Alpha as a requirement to get to the boss. And then keycard Bravo and Charlie are going to access, higher tier treasure rooms, essentially. And that's the kind of idea that I want to go for. And then keycards can either be they'll either be on a lieutenant in a counter area, or it could even be on a boss. Because there's specific, things to it, where, keycard Alpha can only ever be on a lieutenant or in a treasure room, in an unlocked treasure room that doesn't have a card on it. What else? Brain's a little slow with it. And then Bravo and Charlie can potentially be on a lieutenant or a boss. Specifically, boss here essentially being more elite in other fighty things. Ammo will not be a resource. You do still have to reload guns. But so far, I've considered it 50 times, and every time I'm just I think the game's gonna be worse with it. I think the game's gonna be worse with limited ammo. There's definitely things to make. It would be an interesting mechanic. It would be an interesting mechanic. It's just that it's also just going to be worse. It's way more of a thing to consider, and I just feel like the game would be better without it. Because there's so many other systems going on in the game where I feel like ammo would just be extra. And ammo would just be an annoyance more than anything. There is an idea to it. It's just... everything else is kind of top-heavy enough. I think ammo would just not be great. But yeah, as I was saying with the blueprints-esqueness is, obviously the keycards are a big part of it. So, Alpha keycard being only on the 2 potential possibilities in a treasure room or on an enemy. And then Bravo and Charlie can be on a boss, which is essentially this game's elites. Or it can be in a treasure room, or it can be in a random breakable, or it can be attached to bulletin boards. Bulletin boards is a cool little concept that I came up with. At first I was just oh, what if I want to have, could I put a key card on a wall object slot? Because obviously I'm going to have rooms will have slots to put objects on the floor. It can also have slots to put objects on a wall. And maybe also put objects on a table. And I was thinking oh, could I put what other places could I put a key card in? And I was thinking how would I put a key card on a wall? And then I thought of the bulletin board thing, like it would be like attached to a bulletin board type thing. And then I expanded the bulletin board idea. Bulletin boards will also have occasionally hints for other things going on, as well as one of the big things I really want to do. Also, my ears have been up this entire time, but you know what? That's honestly kind of fitting because I am excited about talk. I am way more excited to talk about these functions than have to wrestle with TextMesh Pro. One of the cool things I want to work on is there's going to be secret rooms. Several rooms in the level will be marked as secret, where the door is going to be completely hidden and inaccessible until you find a mechanism to open it. And that mechanism could just be as simple as finding a button and pressing it, or a lever, or a switch or something, and pressing that. But it could also be requiring a puzzle to get through. And I'm thinking something kind of similar, something kind of simple, where it's just like a keypad on a wall, and in another part of the level, you'll find a bulletin board that says that the keypad's code is 1234. And you go back and you type in 1234, and then it reveals the secret room. And you can go to a secret treasure room. That's the idea. And then, the keypad is like the most simple idea, and I'm like considering what else could be on there. I could make it so that, like, for example, it could be like a keycard swiper, and then you have to figure out which keycard is correct. However, at the end of the day, if you have all 3 keycards, you can just swipe all 3 of them, and then one of them's gonna work. But like a bulletin board hint could still like give you a better idea. You'd be like, oh, okay, so I need to find keycard Charlie because that's what I need to open this door. Because the boards will also have hints for the placement of keycards. It can say like, who the fuck gave the alpha keycard to Charlie Man over in South Wing? And then now you know that South Wing has a lieutenant named Charlie Man who has an alpha keycard. That's kind of the idea I want to set up. Possibly also setting something up to where certain loot rolls can be predetermined and then filled into bulletin board hits. Like, if anybody needs an emergency throwing brick, you can check the supply closet next to Soundstage A. Is kind of the idea that I want to do with the bulletin boards. I think it's going to be very cool. Wrong keycard locks you out of the secret room? Possibly, but that's a little too destructive. And players could potentially, like, if they don't know and they lock themselves out because they don't know and they just, like, try one, I think that's a little bit of a bad design, in my humble opinion. So I have to figure out how that's an interesting idea. We could just have another possibility for it. I would need to figure this out, but then that has a problem. So one of the critical gameplay elements is weapons you can level up your weapons by defeating enemies with them. And so there is kind of a incentive to go around and find every encounter you can to get more XP for your weapons. Which is why there's also the cool idea that I had, which is patrols. Patrols will essentially move around the map, move around in different rooms, as long as that room can support having an encounter. That's kind of a crucial thing there, is that the room needs to be able to support an encounter. And I'm gonna set stuff up in the level generator where it needs to kind of make sure that there are patches of the area that have enough rooms that are compatible with encounters strung together to have patrols move in an interesting way. And those will essentially spawn as you progress through the level. I'm thinking like once you defeat about half of the encounter rooms, that's where it'll start bringing in patrols, essentially. Is kind of the way that I wanted to set it. But the thing is, I was thinking like, oh, I could make it so that if you swipe the wrong key card, you get ambushed. And then I was just like, but then the player wants to swipe the wrong key card to get more XP. That's technically a thing. So it would have to be something else. I could actually... I do want to put in traps. And what I could do is... Normally traps will disable if the encounter is done. But I could make it so that if you fail a keycard check, it enables traps. Until you leave the room. That's an idea. I might actually just write that down. Honestly, Titan Seeker, that's huge. It is balancing EXP with our remaining health, but... Yay. I could have both. ¿Por qué no los dos? But I think it's actually a level design, I imagine. Yeah, actually I want to put it through the possible hints, critical secret room hints. I could do keycard reader that requires a specific key card. If you use the wrong one, it either activates traps or causes an ambush encounter. And I could have it as a 50-50. So the player has to kind of decide, is it worth it to coin flip to potentially get more XP? Or am I gonna just end up causing traps and potentially take damage? The other thing is that, like, I don't want it to just immediately create some sort of penalty for the player. I think it's more interesting for it to be like, well, how are you gonna get out of the room this time, fucko? And you could just, perfect dodge all the traps and get out of there. You could. And that is interesting. That is engaging. I like that. Yeah, that's the general idea, is that, like, I'm thinking laser traps. I'm thinking like a mix of disposable traps like claymores and whatever, as well as more static traps such as lasers or spikes or flamethrowers. If you dodge all the traps, you deserve it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a concept. That's definitely a concept. I like that. We're coming up with stuff here. Anyways, I do still need to wrap things up here, though. So I'm gonna pull us out of here. But yeah, I'm excited to do those kinds of things. As you can see, that's very much a Blueprints-esque thing. That's like the big thing, is I really want to encourage like exploration and tactical decision on how you're traversing the map, and that kind of thing. I have a lot more stuff going on with it, though. Yeah, I do need to get out of here, though. You should definitely tune into a future dev stream so I can talk more about all the cool stuff I want to do in this game. Yeah, more you for the road. Night, more ideas, but let me flip over to chatting scene. Yeah, we ended up not getting a whole lot done today, and that's mostly because I was screaming at Unity over weird bullshit. But also I can look at GitHub and find out myself, my Git client specifically. Find out for myself. Yeah, we ended up adding like a handful of lines of code, really. Not a whole lot of code. We were just mostly working on the overlay prefab and then screaming at TextMesh Pro. Work on and target overlay. I am screaming and yelling at TextMesh Pro. Yeah. Progress is progress, I just wish it was more progress. Yeah, basically everything here is in service of that. Commit to main. And push origin. Cool. I'll look at my Trello for things to fill out in here later. I think I didn't really do a whole lot on it anyways. I think that the main thing I need to figure out is why the fuck the sprite glyphs are all weird on that thing. And then beyond that, yeah, we'll drop in on a friend of ours. Let's see who is on. Actually, I will do plugs first. Y'all can track me on Blue Sky. I post the stream schedules there. I have the cool little animated video thing for my stream schedules that I'm very proud of how I set that up. And then, yeah, and I have VODs on the YouTube. And the Discord's there. And, yeah, I'm gonna make sure I click stop raids. I've done the plugs. And what's our raid message today? I hate TextMesh Pro. That's our raid message. Using Kton not like this is. Y'all know the drill. You can unlock this emote using channel points. I hate TextMesh Pro so much. So that's gonna be our raid message. Again, you can unlock that emote using channel points, and if you don't have the channel points, I can't spell. If you don't have the channel points, you can use that. Or you can simply type the text of I hate TextMesh Pro so much. And we're gonna see who we're gonna raid. Raid browser. See what Twitch wants to recommend to me. Maybe XCAI is allegedly a VTuber who's doing game dev. We could. I know I'm following them too. I'll check following then, and like any of the other recommendations. I could raid on to Tengu to bully them for asking to do their regen ceremony and then fucking dipping and leaving me sitting there at the ceremony screen for like 2 minutes. I'm punishing them for that. I did not do the regen on them. They will have to do it next time. Well, MDXCAI is like 95 viewers. I know I'm at like 10 right now, but also none of them are probably available enough to raid message. It would probably look kind of sad. So instead, I don't think I have anybody else on from my general circle who is doing game dev stuff. Nah, doesn't look like it. Also, I gotta be careful about leaning my head all the way to the left like this because my Tobii eye tracker does not like it when I do that. Fuck. No idea who the fuck to raid then. I'll look at the recommendations one more time. Maybe we just drop in on Azure Stella then. As a person I am familiar enough with. Let's set that up. Alright, let's get that through, because I've already been spending way too long on this screen anyways. With that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning in to my stream. Hope to see you guys next time. Till then, this is Keaton, over and out.